Okay, we'll come on into what maybe are so usually do like two streams per case, or maybe our second to last, our penultimate moment. So, Tyrion Cuthbert stream. Which remember, we don't hit load game, we hit new game. Please change it if they make a sequel. Let's see what's gonna happen now. Last time we did this, last case we found someone guilty, which was, they were actually guilty, but then we kind of doomed them to hell, so I probably anchored out the whole entire family and the prince, so, you know, things are gonna go peachy from now on, and I mean that with all the sarcasm in the world. Right. I've killed people. They were usually criminals or bandits, but it still frightened me how unaffected I was by their deaths. It always came so easily to me. I was good at it, a little too good. People told me that taking the lives of others would be hard, but I never felt that uneasiness, not even once. It made me think that I was some kind of unfeeling monster. Maybe I am. But the time I spent with you filled me with more happiness than I could ever have dreamed of. Instead of taking lives, I could have saved them alongside you. Is this, shit, Celeste talking? It felt good to protect you. I felt needed when I knew you were relying on me. It made me feel like I was actually worth something to someone. And if I saw the light in your eyes, it filled my heart with a warm feeling that I've never felt before. But it was too good to be true, wasn't it? In the end, I failed you. I couldn't protect you, just like I couldn't protect my father. Yeah, I understand. What did you ever see in someone like me? Tyrion? I still haven't gotten out of bed yet. It's almost noon. I think I just want to rest today. I've been saying that for the last 10 days. Someone is actually here to see you. You should really get out of bed. Is it time more? No. I'm still not really in the mood. Can you just send them away? That's a bit rude, but I suppose I can overlook it this time. Steelman? Tyrion, pants! Alright, sorry. We'll give you some time to ready yourself. I knew he was in a rut, but I certainly didn't expect this. I know, I'm really worried about him. I empathize with the situation, but it's been a month already. Have you tried speaking with him? He has opened up to you before. I did, but I think he's really broken up what happened with Ruby. He's basically the closest thing he had to family. I see, perhaps he just needs more time. I mean, yeah, you don't like your dad that, oh, you don't like your family or like the houses that much too either, so I guess you can understand having to be part of a family that doesn't necessarily have the best interest at heart all the time. Sorry about that. No, I suppose the fault is mine. I shouldn't have intruded. Anyways, what brings you here? Did you read that mystery novel I lent you? I did, but kind of guessed the twist from the beginning. What? Huh. The author called a lot of attention to the vials she dropped. It's pretty obvious the nurse accidentally switched them. I guess fiction can't beat a real murder investigation for you. Oh, remember when I helped you move this bed from the flea market? Right.
Repario Arcanum.
Nothing here? How dare they? Okay. Are you doing well, Mr. Cuthbert? You seem... I'm fine. Of course. I just couldn't help but notice your absence. You haven't taken any other clients since Beatrice's trial. I'm going to be honest. I'm not even sure if I want to be a defense attorney anymore. What? I've spent my whole life training to be one, but I was only doing it because someone else told me to. Did you not enjoy it? You are very skilled at it. I don't know. I've been trying to take some time to think about everything. Oh, so they're doing the whole thing that Edgeworth had with his 2 games, where he's just like, what does it mean to be a prosecutor? After finding out that Manfred von Karma fucking not only was just trying to, train me to spite my dad, but also, killed my dad. Honestly, von Karma is so much worse than Timor. So, just this fucking make up. Have you considered becoming a prosecutor? Your time as my stand-in made it clear you have the ability to. Prosecutor. And see, this is the opposite of Investigations 2, because Investigations 2, Edgeworth's thinking, maybe I should become a defense attorney, because Ray Shields was trying to push for him to become a defense attorney, because it's like, just follow what your dad did, You have a knack for justice and trying to find, you don't want an innocent person to go off guilty, so... And the opposite is happening for Tyrion, where it's like, no, some criminals need to go behind bars. I'll think about it. Please do. At this point, I can use all the help I can find. Oh boy. Have your injuries been healing well? Yes, Nightgrave's skill in necromancy is quite remarkable. I'm glad I introduced him to House Asiliphus. Asiliphus? House Asiliphus specializes in the study of necromancy. After Nightgrave's expulsion from the academy, I thought it was only right that he be allowed to continue his studies. Right, he mentioned that he owed you a favor. It was only logical. It would be a waste to let someone of his talents fade into obscurity. Even so, should you still be moving around like this? You should take some time off to recover. As much as I would like to, there's been a recent uptick in cases of mage blight lately. To make matters worse, the nobility has been trying to suppress information about these incidents. Right, it's not good luck whenever a mage goes on a murderous rampage. I was extra surprised to see you here, Celeste. Well, I can't just leave him alone anymore. He ticked off a criminal overlord. They're definitely going to send someone after him. Yep. Celeste, your thoughts are leaking. Hey, get out of my head. What? It's nothing. Oh, that's right. He told her. He told her about his Eye of Horus. Oh, that's gonna be interesting if they, if they get into a relationship. I am surprised though. Not many people would take like the Eye Taker and live. He's known for taking swift retaliation against his enemies. I'm hoping he's laying low after his plan with Beatrice fell through. That does match with the reports I've read. Supposedly he's been absent from many of his enterprises. By the way, Tyrion, Ruby sent another letter. Do you want to put it with the rest? Right. Have you spoken to her since the trial? I see. That does explain her recent mood. Right, you two probably see each other a lot. I prosecuted a few of her clients recently, but it's clear she's not nearly as threatening as before. Could we talk about something else? Of course, my apologies. Oh, the tea's ready. Oh, thank you. Some tea sounds lovely right now. Right, I was totally making it for you guys. You guys better enjoy this. These are my last bags of... Whoa! Figa quoi? You really need to clean this place. I'm your bodyguard, not your maid. Right, sorry about that. That was shaped liquid, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, I never expected you to. I know, but it's just too convenient not to have. Look at that. She's learned the spell that helped kill her dad. You know why? Because she's able to let bygones be bygones, Tyrion. You can learn something from her. Maybe you need to have a fucking honest conversation with your adoptive mother and see where you stand, instead of just letting some creepy ass glitching girl tell you, oh, it's only just using you for your eye. Another visitor? I'm already up. I'll check it. But whoever they are, I'm not giving up any more of my lotus tea. How's Pierce? You mean, isn't Pierce the one we just dealt with? I hope you understand. I would have never contacted you unless I had no other choice. I know the truth behind McCoy's true parentage. I'm aware of how vital this information is to you. As you know, my execution is scheduled for next month, and I'm running out of time. I want to trade this information with you. In exchange, you will grant me my freedom. Meet me in the private prayer room at the Grand Cathedral, the Scale Lord, at 2 p.m. You will save me from my fate, or else. What? What do you mean, oh else? I want to do jack shit. If he thinks for a second they'd even think of helping him. I know how you feel, but aren't these the answers you've been looking for? I don't care. We're not going to help him. That was never an option, but there's clearly more to this. I agree. How is he able to find out in the first place? The truth is, Celeste, I've also been looking into your parentage. What? Why didn't you say anything? Because you'd be like, don't do that. I'm sorry, but I didn't want to raise your hopes. I was apparently right to do so. I couldn't find any information regarding your birth. So if you couldn't find anything, how was Pierce able to? As Pierce is low on the political hierarchy, he doesn't have access to the resources I do. He does own the land that McCoy Tavern is on. Frankly, this whole situation is quite suspect. Why would he ask for my help? I was the one who indicted him in the first place. Even if I did agree to help him, it would be nearly impossible for me to get him an acquittal. He must be desperate. His execution is scheduled for next month, after all. It's possible that he reached out to Timor as well. Still, I can't believe he'd set up a meeting at the Grand Cathedral today of all days. Why? What's happening there? I'm sorry, but it's not my place to tell you. Alright, can I talk with Tyrion alone for a moment? Of course. I'm sure you have much to discuss. Actually, I also have business with the cathedral today. I'll be taking my leave. I'm sorry, I'm sure this is just bringing up bad memories for you. We should meet with him. What? We're not going to help him, obviously, but I had an idea. He's probably really scared of his execution, right? And he's desperate enough to ask you for help. I suppose that's true. So, think about how stressed he would be if he showed up and refused to help him. I can use the Eye of Horus on him. We can get the information we need without having to give him anything. But are you really okay with this? You have to see him again. Yeah, I'll manage. It'll be worth it if we can finally get the answers I'm looking for. See, look at that. She's willing to go up against her dad's killer to find out information because she knows that that's important to do. Wow. Look at that, Tyrion. Look what you can do. So this is the Grand Cathedral of the Scale Lord. Holy shit, this place looks like it's popping. Damn. Have you never been here before? I thought you spent a lot of time in Rathlone. The Church of Bahamut wasn't that popular in my hometown. I've never been the religious type. Well, you're gonna be by the end of this, I'm guessing, considering the fact that I'm, what, like, part celestial or some shit? What about you? Never really caught on with me. Apparently my roots are more celestial than draconic. Oh, I guess that makes sense. So this is the dragon god. Me as a celestial would not give a shit. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, your thoughts are leaking again. Can you stop? Can't exactly turn it off, you know. Do those mental exercises I taught you. Ugh. It's closed off. Is there some kind of event going on? Tyrion Cuthbert? We've been expecting you. I see. Oh no, not the sisters! No, I don't want to see them. Tamara's one thing, you know, she's trying to make up with us. These two sisters have all the reason to be pissed the fuck off at us. No, 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 no. I don't want to be here. Purely out of resentment. No, but there clearly is some resentment. Yep. Yep. He's probably actually not as pissed off. Okay, you look like a fucking JRPG character. Yeah, where? You do look slightly familiar. I don't know. It's the guy who's on the title of Case 5. This is a little awkward. Yeah. We have some time before our meeting with Pierce. You want to do some sightseeing? Oh, are you asking me out? We are literally already out. Sure, why not? I picked up this map from the entrance. We can use it to navigate through the area. Yippee! I'm also a little interested in what all these nobles are doing here. Alright, let's start here, and then we'll make our way. There are rows upon rows of seats for worshippers to sit at. Full capacity, this room could probably host thousands at a time. It's a stained glass window. A small ray of sunlight is shining through it. There's an altar at the end of the room. A religious figure would probably give a sermon here. This is one fancy church, I'll tell you what. It's been fancier than all the ones I've been in. No magic. Okay. Look, I saw Arya over there. We should go say hi. Hello? Rude. At this point, I'm kind of used to it. Mr. Cuthbert and Miss McCoy, I'm surprised to see you here. Hey, he's happy to see us! Okay! Despite the fact that we got his semi-ex-lover slash friend put into prison and possibly sent to the 9 hells. Or the hells, I guess. Doomed for eternity, he seems okay to see us. Let's go! What? I thought you were the one who invited them. Sad to say that I didn't. Although, I am happy to see you two nonetheless. What brings you to the Grand Cathedral today? We were actually invited by another noble. We have a meeting with him. What? None of the people here are allowed to invite guests. Why didn't the guards stop you? Oh, they said they were expecting us. What? It was Lord Pierce who invited them. Pierce? That little... And to think I granted his request for temporary release. I'm sure he meant no disrespect by it. Probably had his reasons. Either you're naive or you're super secretly evil. How can you say that? This is the day of your... Make no mistake, even if he is a dead man, I will have words with him about this. I have to ask why are all these nobles gathered here? You've taken over the entire Grand Cathedral. Is it the coronation? Is the prince being sworn in as the king? Is it the anniversary of the death of like I don't know, like the queen or something? Like, sorry, but I'm not at liberty to tell you that. It's a matter of public safety. See? Why would all the nobles be gathered in a room together, which is already a matter of safety, because if this bitch blows up, all these nobles die, and then the whole entire kingdom, supposedly, would go to ruin? It wouldn't. Is it? You said that Lord Pierce invited you here? For what reason? I can't really tell you that. You will tell us if it poses a threat to the nobles in attendance. Please, Lord Seowyn, there's no need for that. Mr. Cuthbert would never do anything to put anyone's life in danger. As you wish, Your Majesty. Lady Seowyn, Your Majesty, the High Speaker is ready to speak with you. No fucking way. Is she getting married? Is this their wedding? No. Wonderful. I've been looking forward to this all day. Here we go together, Miss Steelwind. Yes, Your Majesty. She would like to accompany you. Wonderful. We shouldn't keep him waiting. Okay. Scale Lord, how does she plan to marry him if she can't even speak properly in his presence? Honestly. I also have something important to do. Good day to you, commoners. He's going towards the washrooms. I'll be taking my leave as well, but make no mistake, my men will be keeping an eye on you two. Let's go to the common room where the commoners will be. Oh, what are you doing here? Did you follow us? Not intentionally. Trust me, you're the last person we wanted to see today. No, it's not. Timora is the last person you wanted to see, and Pierce is the last person that she wants to see. So don't be fucking lying. Hush now, Von Sanctus. If they are here by chance, it's because the cosmic balance wills it so. Not this again. Sorry, don't think we've met. I'm Coraline Sybil, Hate Lady of the House of Sybil. Why did we say that we saw her before? Nope. Examine first. The sunlight is shining through this glass window. Thanks. A ceramic altar is at the end of this room. Thank you. Detect magic.
Arcanum.
Nope. So you are the leader of House Sybil. What does your family do exactly? How are you this ignorant? Each of the four pillars, as you commoners call them, control different branches of the kingdom's government. See if I remember correctly. The Fregas control the economics. I forgot what Pierce's did. The Steelwinds are the army. Von Sanctus is not one of the four pillars, but he is a nobleman. I don't think they're part of the four pillars. Was Pierce one of the four families? Which one? Either Pierce or Von Sanctus is not one of the four families. One of them has to not be. I can't remember which one. House Steelwind oversees national defense and law enforcement. We knew that. House Fig oversees economic development and finances. We knew that, which means that Von Sanctus could not be one, so it has to be Pierce. Oh, is it House Von Sanctus? Really? So you have the commerce, local, and international. So we have two people handling the finance part? Because economics and commerce, I don't know. They seem very, I guess banking and actual manufacturing could be two different things. I mean, no wonder those two families are so intertwined. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, I guess Pierce is one of like the loser ones then. And finally, there's House Sybil. We handle the kingdom's legislative and judicial branches. That also means you're responsible for our kingdom's justice system. That is correct. Oh, wonderful. Here we go. Lady Sybil, are you aware of the rampant corruption happening within your justice system? I suppose it's only inevitable that you would see it that way. Am I wrong? I've been involved in plenty of court cases, and it's very obvious. All your courts care about is closing cases as quickly as possible. The system is corrupt to its core. The courts don't even try to hide it half of the time. Yet you prevailed against the so-called corruption in each and every one of your cases. Yeah, that's because I'm me. You know, I'm the main character. Doesn't mean any Joe Schmo defense attorney that's going to come onto the stage is going to be able to do a proper job. Only against every conceivable odd, and I can't be everywhere. Yep. Do you have any idea how many commoners are falsely convicted every day? If they are convicted under my system, it's only because the cosmic balance deems it. Oh, god damn it. Ugh. What are you even talking about? The cosmic balance is the natural order of things. This is like Korean, except... No, Korean's worse. Under it, the guilty are punished while the innocent are protected. And yet, when a noble commits a crime, they only need to waive their influence to escape any consequences. All while the victims are forced to suffer in silence. Or worse, an innocent commoner is framed for the crime. Regardless of your personal feelings, our kingdom needs the ability to gut over the people. If they were held to the same standards as commoners, our society would surely collapse. You dumb fuck. Tyrion Cuthbert appears we were fated to meet. I mean, it was bound to happen eventually. Business tends to step onto the toes of the four pillars. I concur, our souls were drawn together by the cosmic balance. Is she hitting on you? I have no idea. She's 38? What the fuck? Let's present the house families. Well, no, let's present this person. Okay, so now let's talk about the house families. And whoever, right? She has nothing to say about any of the house families. Interesting. Interesting. Not even the prince? What about yourself? Wow. Interesting. So you think nobles like Pierce and Fonseca should just be allowed to get away with murder? Are you still sore about that? I'm sure you realized it by now. I'm more than paid for what happened with Jason Ryan. His name was Justin Wayne. And if you were truly paying for your crimes, you would be in prison right now. Fonsantis made a mistake, but removing him from his position would only create more suffering. Our government is barely recovering from the death of William Frege. Rivengard can't suffer the loss of another house leader this close to that. The way I see it, I think you nobles overstate your importance in our lives. We'd probably be fine without you. And I suppose you commoners are capable of coordinating macroeconomic initiatives. Oh, and I suppose you're also capable of engaging in diplomacy with other nations. Face it, as much as you are loath to admit it, ours is a symbiotic relationship. More like a parasitic relationship. So what? The common folk should just continue to suffer for the good of our nation? Lady Sybil, the people of the kingdom you claim to be protecting are suffering because of your inaction. My inaction? You place the blame on me, but what have you done? You were the one to champion your so-called justice, but you stopped your work as a defense attorney. Damn, yeah, she's right! How many lives could you have saved in the month you spent on vacation? Yeah, she's right! Tyrion, you walked away because you're mad about Mommy Dearest. Mommy Dearest, but basically Mommy Dearest for the purpose of this. You know, and you could have been covering a lot of cases and saving a lot of people, and then you come back and get mad at her. It's not his responsibility to solve your mess. It's not, but you don't get to have a high horse in talking about the justice system when you don't get involved with the justice system. You have no idea how much he suffered trying to do the right thing. Less. Perhaps you're right. He shouldn't bear that kind of responsibility alone. Even Phoenix at his okay, I take that back. No, even Phoenix at his lowest is kind of a petty little bitch. No, even when Edgeworth fucking up and left and justice for all, right? To the best of his ability, he still tried to take cases. You know, even when he got himself stripped from being an attorney, he still planned his damn revenge because he's like, no, I'm not gonna let this fucking shit this slide. And then he's got his attorney badge back. Specifically to go against the dark side of the law. Perhaps you're right, you shouldn't bear that kind of responsibility alone, but every commoner has the ability to learn and practice law as you do, Mr. Cuthbert. So why are you one of the only few commoners that do so? From what I've heard, you're one of the few people who defend mages of the common folk. Every other attorney wouldn't even consider taking them as clients. Perhaps the problem lies in the common folk, then. They're fully capable of rising to defend the so-called innocent, yet they do nothing. No! No! Never mind, this was clearly a mistake. Let's go, Celeste. Yeah. That's called victim blaming, lady. And finally, thank the scale lord. You okay? Yeah, I guess I should have expected that. But I never expected someone with so much power to be so out of touch with reality. Come on, let's go somewhere else. We still have some time before the meeting. Is that a... What? Wow, that's a little out of place. What even is it? If my memory is correct, it's a Pegasus. Ah. Uh-oh. Hello, friends. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, that's not good. What is she doing here? She's not even nobility. And the last time we met with her, she was a fucking... well... Her quote-unquote father, the eye taker, was in bed, business-wise, with Beatrice. Oh, boy. Okay. I guess that makes sense for her to be here, but you're not supposed to have any guests around. That's what Lucille Steelwind said. Oh, no, not you two. Beatrice, aren't you supposed to be dead? Sorry, I wasn't trying to say... No, it's perfectly understandable. You, of all people, know what was on my blood contract. It appears the Lady of Discord isn't going to use it. It appears the Lady of Discord isn't going to kill me just yet. It said use me instead of kill me. Interesting. It's sometimes it throws me off because I'm like trying to read it and then fucking Eris comes in and it's just like hee hee tee hee. Whoopsies, you can't read that. Wait, hold on. I wonder if I look up the log. Nope. Do you really have to do that? What? Never mind. Oh! Oh shit, she knows! Oh shit! Why does she know? How come she gets to be able to tell when she's been... Is it because she has a pact with the demon? Maybe that's the case. Oh, maybe because she's like basically at this point, chummy with the demons, and she's just like, she gets the sense now. Maybe because she's just that powerful. Right. Let's examine... What is this thing, by the way? You called it a Pegasus earlier. It's a creature of divine origin. Many people believe that the angels of the upper planes rode these creatures into battle. I see. Do you feel some kinship to it? I only feel its suffering. What? Its face is contorted into an expression of pure agony. It screams out in terror, yet no one can hear its pleas for mercy. Queen, I think she's broken. He's broken. Someone ignorant of its plight has placed some sort of vain party hat upon its head. as if they are mocking its torment, like some kind of demon torturing a poor soul in the fields of Avernus. I wonder who would have done that. What are you even saying? I'm sorry. I need to take a moment to think about what I've just witnessed here. We all should. Alright, Tyrion, you go do that. Birds!
Prepario Arcanum.
Nothing! Nothing! You seem to be doing well, Mr. Cuthbert. He's not. Why are you looking at me like this? Are you seriously not angry at me? At this point, what would my rage accomplish? Oh! I wonder what they're going with this. He's learning all these things and people are basically, what would rage accomplish, right? Huh. You defeated me despite my best efforts. I suppose I respect you for that. You learned that maybe just being angry at someone's not gonna solve your problems. You gotta figure out your shit. Oh, have you spoken with Tamora since the trial? I don't want to bring this up, but we should probably talk about this. No, I haven't. She really does care for you. I remember, even during the court case, she would speak of you constantly. Could we talk about something else? Of course, my apologies. Is it really bad if I say low-key hope that she dies? Just so he can just be like, no! And be like, well, that's your fault. You gotta be careful about who you tell someone, like, I never want to speak to you again, because if you ever say that and they die, you leave with all those regrets. It seems that after all these years, Miriam still hasn't matured. What? Oh, come on now. You won't make any friends with that pompous attitude of yours. I don't need friends. I'm a Frege. What would I have for such things? You're a noble woman. Your skills and intellect are worthless if you can't win over political allies. You will always have weaknesses. You need allies who can cover them and support you. Like you and that demon? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Ooh, perhaps we should talk about something else. I am sensing some drama. Of course, she's not gonna talk about Eris, because no one wants to talk about Eris. Laffy, are you really against marrying Jaden Von Santos? Absolutely, that man is an ignorant know-it-all. But with Acid taken, there aren't many other suitors capable of strengthening House Frege. I just can't marry someone that I don't love. I see. Well, I won't push you then. But I want to make sure you're taken care of when I'm gone. Stop talking like that, as if you're planning on dying. You're not leaving us again. Miriam, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. My apologies. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that. You don't want to talk about Tracker? The coolest doggo on town? We're not talking about you. We're not talking about you. I hope Astu's okay. He was never emotionally strong. What do you mean? Wait, do you not know why we're all gathered today? Gathered here? I wanted to ask, but I'm sorry then. It's not my place to tell you. Is it a marriage thing, or? Okay, she doesn't want to talk about herself. Except right here. So, you seem to be doing well, all things considered. You mean how a demon now has ownership of my soul? Yeah, that. How could you be so calm about this? I must agree with Miriam. It's a little unnerving how nonchalantly you're treating this. I suppose it's the knowledge that everything is out of my hands now. There's something peaceful about it. That's certainly a positive way to look at it. You know, my offer still stands. I can try to help you. At the risk of your own life? Which part of the contract would you dispute anyways? Oh, why would you make an airtight contract like this, lady? Must have been your hubris in thinking that you would be able to get your mission done. That must be it. The demon I signed that contract with was very meticulous about the details. I spent the last 5 years looking for any possible loopholes, but I didn't find anything substantial I could use. Unless we kill the demon. I don't even think disputing it is possible. I'm sorry. Don't be. You defeated me. I won't suffer your pity. Okay. I feel like we always end up randomly meeting like this, Eris. What brings you here? I requested to accompany Beatrice to this event. After all, I don't have many opportunities to enter a church like this. I can imagine. Oh! By the way, is your father still... Oh, if you're worried about him, we've already had a conversation about you. I don't think he'll be accosting you anytime soon. Oh, thank you. That seems too good to be true. How'd you pull off something like that off? He may look like a hardened criminal, but he's always had a soft spot for his family. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you! He also owed me, and I have a way of making people see things my way. She's right about that. I think she knows who she is. Wait, if you're here, does that mean Marnath is also... Oh, heavens no. There's no way they'll let me bring him here of all places. I left him at the entrance with the Kingsguard. If he tries to escape, that knight over there is ordered to kill me. You're surprisingly calm about this. Please, I regularly deal with demons. This is nothing in comparison to that. You really haven't changed. I suppose not. That's an interesting emotions to have together, as happy and sad. Wait, does that mean you can't see right now? How did you know which statue I was looking at? It was a lucky guess. How many statues were in the garden? That grotesque statue certainly makes an impression on you. Oh, Marnath just spoke with me. He wanted me to let you know that he can smell your celestial stink from the entrance. Love you too, Marnath. Oh, wow. Probably shouldn't repeat his response to that. By the way, you seem to know a lot more about these things than I do. What exactly is a Heavensborn? What? Did you seriously not know? But you know how to issue divine edict. That's a very advanced technique. It sort of came to me in the moment. What? Anyways, I'm quite surprised you don't know about your lineage. Perhaps my mother knew, but I lost her when I was really young. I see, you have my condolences. But to answer your question, I haven't born as a human whose bloodline has been touched by the gods. Gods? You mean like the Scaled Lord? No, I'm speaking of the actual gods. Beatrice, you can't say that here. Oh, come off it. What's the church going to do? Arrest me? Ha, it's funny. Because she's already in prison, technically. Anyways, your blood has been touched by the celestials of the upper planes. Much like my soul was bound to the abyssal hells, your soul was consecrated and tied to the heavens. The heavens? Make no mistake, though. If you find yourself under the wrong circumstances, even you could be sent to hell. The Church of Bahamut is Bahamut in Rivengard, but this is the first I've heard of the celestial gods. Ah, that makes sense. It's probably because of Rivengard's bloody history with the theocracy of Lumina. The theocracy? Aren't they the nation east of us? Yes, the Luminites worship the celestial gods, while our people worship the ancient dragons. A few centuries ago, our nation was locked in a bit of war with the Luminites. Even now, the Crown sees the celestial religions as a threat to our draconic culture. The Church has done its best to wipe out any religions that worship the Celestials. I see. So was my mom killed because of that, then? If your bloodline is blessed by the Celestials, does that mean our kids will also be Heavensborn? Our kids? What do you mean, our kids? I suppose so. I think my mother was also at... Wait, what did you just say? Your kids. I asked if your kids would be Heavensborn. No. No. No, 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 no. You didn't say that. You said our kids. Oh, I must have misheard you then. Wow. If only you were always this easy to lie to. Anyways, I'm a little curious about the theocracy of Lumina. If they worship Celestials there, would I find other Heavensborn there? Heavensborn aren't that common there either. Frankly, I'm surprised there's even one Heavensborn living in Rivengard. How did your bloodline even find its way here? I suppose I don't really know. My mother never told me as much about our ancestry. That makes sense. If the Church of Bahamut knew what you were, they would have definitely hunted you down. And we're about to go back inside into the Church of Bahamut, surrounded by all the nobles and high ruling people of this nation, the fucking hate the nation that I probably came from. Yeah, that's gonna be great. Anyways, travel into or out of Rivengard is technically illegal, and I doubt Lord Steelwind would make an assumption for you. After all, House Steelwind was essentially founded by veterans of the Great Luminite War. Veteran? Vet? Oh, no. No, I hate the vet. I'm not going. You'll never take me alive. Just takes off a gun and starts shooting. I should probably go help her. It's almost 2 p.m. anyways. We should head to the prayer room. Thank you for answering my questions, Beatrice. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help you with your situation. Of course. Let's go, Celeste. Right. Toronto looks so down. It's almost time for the main event. Why did you bring me here? Oh, who knows? Whatever you're planning to make me do, please. Please don't make me harm my sisters. You're in no position to make demands. You'll just have to see for yourself. Stay safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. So who's going to die? Who? Someone needs to die. So someone... It'd be great if it's Pierce. I don't give a fuck. I mean, it'd be nice to be like, oh, we hate him, but we have to find out who his killer is, right? It'd be great if it's him. You know, because that's the least impactful death that you can do. Even Von Sanctus would be more impactful, you know. She would probably be upset because someone killed my dad's killer before he can be, you know, sentenced to death, and I'm a little bit upset about that, but, you know, what goes around comes around, but still. I would say the over-under, using that term right, my guess would be either Aster, Coraline. I feel like you either have to kill one of the 4 houses. Right? So not these two. Absolutely not. Not you. Not you, obviously. Not you, not you, not you. She's not here, so I guess not her. I would be pissed the fuck off if it's her. She's been MVP this whole entire game. Like, straight up MVP. Like, Tyrion's great, but Arya's fucking amazing. I'm putting my guesses on Garrick. Not Lloyd. Lucio, because that would get to Arya. Aster, because that would get to Arya and everyone else. They wouldn't kill a 7-year-old. That's insane. Coraline, to really threaten the house system, but I feel like you need to keep her alive and realize the amends of the justice system to try and make changes in order for him, because they show no other people in the house in order to make a difference in the trying to show that, oh, here's what we do with the society, right? I think you can't kill her. So really it comes down to 1, 2, 3 people. Yeah. Alright. Are you ready? Yeah. At least, I hope so. If it becomes too much for you, don't hesitate to leave. Only need a few moments to look into his mind. No, I'm the one who asked you to do this. And I'm not going to leave you alone with him. Alright, if that's what you want. Tyrion? Yeah? Thank you for doing this. It really means a lot to me. Of course, this will finally give you the answers you've been looking for. It's not just that. You've done so much for me since I met you. You got me acquitted. You helped me work through my grief for my dad. It feels like I can never repay that. What are you talking about? The past few months, all I've been doing is relying on you. I generally don't know what I'd do if you weren't a part of my life. Tell me what? Get out of my head! You're really bad at guarding your mind. You know you can tell me anything, right? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Arya? How long have you been standing there? Well, I knew you'd be here around this time. I wanted to wish you luck, but then you two seem to be in the middle of something. Oh, she's getting all flustered. I didn't want to interrupt. Don't stop on my account. I'll just get out of your way. Oh, alright, you dropped your runestone. Oh. Oh, I see. Celeste, don't just invade her privacy like that. Don't be like that. I'm really happy for you. Thank you. Good luck. Did they get married and then have to share a kiss? And then she took a picture of the kiss on the runestone? And that's why she's like, I'm really happy for you? Anyways, let's go meet with him. Yeah, let's do this. Ah, you finally arrived. I suppose this means you finally decided... Wait, you two? We got your letter. Letter? What letter? You sent us a letter, Pierce. It said that you knew who Celeste's parents were. I did send that letter, but not to you two. What? I don't like this. And so the final act begins. I've been waiting for this. What the hell are you doing? Have you gone mad? No. What are you doing? Stop. Really? Lady Steelwind? What are you... Is this the will of the cosmic balance? Come on, just tell us the truth, Pierce. You are the last person I would give this information to. What was that? I'm going to take a look and see what's going on. What? Are you just going to leave us here? He's right, we don't know what's going on. We should stay together. Don't worry, there are 2 guards outside, and they're from the King's Guard. You'll be fine. That's not what I'm worried about. But I'll trust your judgment. What? So, you never intended to send that letter to me. Who did you send it to then? Oh, as if I would ever tell you that. What? Why are you looking at me like that? If it wasn't the intended recipient, you said you knew who Celeste's biological parents are. Who are they? Are you seriously focused on that now? Answer the question, Pierce. What was that? Somnia. What is this? God damn it, you put him to sleep so they can kill Pierce? Damn it, it's a sleep spell. Miscalculated. No, if they got here, that means Celeste. The hit video game Celeste. No. Beatrice? Alright, so how many people are we gonna have dead here? Oh, at least one. At least one person is confirmed to probably be dead. Huh. I wonder how I can tell that. That's funny. That's funny as fuck. Rian. Tyrion. What? Celeste? Tyrion, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. I should have never left you alone with him. Hey, it's okay. What happened? Commander, I understand your position, but there has to be another explanation. Look, Your Majesty, I get where you're coming from. From what the witnesses have told us, it has to be a case of mage blight. Celeste, where's Pierce? Tyrion, I don't know how to tell you this, kid, but Derek Pierce is dead. Oh no! What a shame! The guy who killed Celeste's father, the actual prick, is dead. No! Well, one of the 3 I said died is dead. I said it was either gonna be Pierce, said it was either gonna be Pierce, Lucio, or Aster. And it was Pierce. Well, honestly surprised that you're okay. But who? Wait a minute. You think Steelwind did this? It wasn't just Lord Pierce, Mr. Cuthbert. We also found the bodies of Lord Von Sanders and Lady Sybil. Wait, they killed 2 of them? Oh, fuck. Okay. Baby, we got a stew going. They mentioned a bunch of the Kingsguard have gone comatose. Comatose? I don't want to believe it, but people saw Steven acting off at the scenes of each of the murders. We also found her unconscious here, and Pierce's body was lying next to her. No, it wasn't her. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She was the one who knocked us out. Beatrice? What the hell is going on? Commander White, you need to put me in a holding cell. It needs to be the one with an anti-magic field. What? I'm a danger to everyone here. We need to go now. What are you talking about? Now is not the time. Do it, Commander. Right. Damn it. What happened? I know you have many questions, Mr. Cuthbert, but we should make sure that you're okay. Yeah, there's a necromancer in the nave. It's 3:12 p.m. Okay. So 42 minutes. What? What about fucking William or whatever his name is? Nothing seems to be out of the ordinary, except... What? What's wrong with him? If you would just let me finish. There appears to be a trace of necromancy on you, Mr. Cuthbert. Necromancy? It's probably nothing. Did your assistant cast any spells on you? Oh, right. I used healing magic on him when I found him unconscious. I expected as much, but it never hurts to make sure. Anyways, nothing seems out of the ordinary. You're quite healthy. You should be fine to go about your business, but please speak with me again if you experience anything out of the ordinary. Thank you. I'm Lord Lazaric Aceliphius, House of Celiphius. Huh. This is the guy that Nightwave is working with. And there are no thanks needed. My apprentice apparently owes you a lot. Apprentice? Wallace. I thought it was William. Wallace Nightwave. I believe he was one of your clients a few moments ago. Months ago. Oh, right. Steelwind did mention that he introduced you to. Speaking of Steelwind, I really find it hard to believe that she did this. Mr. Cuthbert, mage blight isn't exactly a benign condition. When it takes hold of a mage, it doesn't matter what kind of person they are. Violent behavior is almost always a result of delirium it puts them in. It's unfortunate, but mages have been held responsible when cases like this happen. Unless someone is framing her. Tyrion, I fought her. What? Do you remember back when we heard that weird sound? I went outside to see what was going on. I saw her outside, and the guards were all unconscious. I tried to ask her what was going on, but she didn't say anything. She just attacked me. What was her emotional state that, like? Oh. Well, she was pretty cold and emotionless. It almost looked like she was sleepwalking. That's actually pretty strange. What do you mean? When someone is affected by mage blight, what? Excuse me, if I got some mage blight in me. When someone is affected by mage blight, they enter a state of extreme psychosis. Psychotic episodes like that raise the affected mage's paranoia to ridiculous levels. That's why these cases almost always end up in violence. If she was affected by mage blight, she shouldn't have looked anywhere near as calm as you're describing. You might be onto something, Mr. Cuthbert. If what you're saying is true, there has to be more to this. You're planning to defend her, aren't you? At the very least, we need to find out what actually happened. I feel like there's more to this than we're seeing. But you saw her, right? She wanted them to arrest her. Right, it's as if she thought she was a danger to others. I mean, that makes sense. She's been investigating mage blight for forever, and then if she thinks that she possibly had mage blight, she's like, I'm not taking that fucking chance. I'm a goody two-shoes. Regardless of what really happened, she clearly believes that she was responsible for this. There are still so many unknowns. We should continue looking for more clues. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? If you feel tired, don't be embarrassed to take a break. Yeah, I'll try not to exert myself too much. Where do you think we should go next? What? Why are you asking me? I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out where to go next. Well, don't ask me. You're the attorney. I'm just the muscle, in the figurative sense. Right. You sure you're okay? Yeah, I'm only a little drowsy from that sleep spell. You shouldn't push yourself if you feel tired. I'm sure the King's Guard are fully capable of investigating what happened. Hey, are you okay? What do you mean? You've been a little tense since the murders. Were you worried about me? I was. When I saw you lying next to Pierce's body, I thought you were... Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to worry you so much. But I'm okay now. I'm not hurt. Yeah, I know. Not even a single scar? Shame. I know Steven would never do something like this, but I saw her. Even if she wasn't her usual self, her attacks were definitely real. I don't know what to believe anymore. All the more reason for us to get to the bottom of this. I wonder what the over-under is on Mage Blight actually being something that this bitch over here causes. Can't believe after everything he did, Pierce is just gone. I'm sorry we couldn't get the answers you were looking for. Hopefully, something else turns up. Honestly, don't care about that anymore. I'm just glad you're alive and safe. Okay, let's move. Dead body time! Are you okay? Yeah. Let's review what happened. Before Beatrice knocked me out, we heard a commotion outside and you went to investigate. Can you tell me more about your fight with Steelwind? What was she like? Well, she wasn't her usual self. It was like she was in some kind of daze. I noticed it even before she attacked me. Something was wrong with her. Oh yeah, she didn't even respond to me when I tried to talk to her. It's like she didn't even recognize me. From what Lord How do you say that? I keep on saying it wrong, I think. Asclepius? Asclepius said she would have been acting more radically if she was affected by Mage Blight. It's possible that you fought someone disguised as her. I guess that's possible, but whoever they were, their magic was extremely powerful. And several members of the Four Pillar families were assembled here. It could have been one of them. We should speak with Commander White when we get the chance. The Grand Cathedral was closed from public for whatever was happening here. We'll probably have a list of everyone who was present when the murders happened. Beatrice cast invisibility, so I doubt she'd let you see her. But did you see her at any point when you were fighting Steelwind? Celeste? Sorry, I don't know. I was too focused on staying alive. I've actually been meaning to ask you about that. Aren't you really strong? I've never even seen you break a sweat in a fight before. Well, she was really tough. It was terrifying, honestly. It was mainly her magic. I've never fought someone with spells that powerful before. She didn't hurt you, did she? No, but it got pretty close. I think she realized that she couldn't beat me, so she just ran past me into the prayer room. So her real target was Pierce, but why? Did you see the moment she murdered Pierce? No. When I arrived at the prayer room, I saw you and Steelwood unconscious on the ground, and Pierce was already dead. And I'm assuming you didn't see Beatrice anywhere? No, she wasn't there when I arrived. She could have turned invisible, and it's not like Celeste would notice, because Celeste would be so focused on my possibly dead body to even notice that. She probably would have even noticed Beatrice being there, possibly, if she noticed my dead body. Almost. Possibly dead body. We showed up at the prayer room for the meeting at 1:50 p.m. Then we interrogated Pierce for about half an hour. Really? That was half an hour? That felt like 2 seconds. That's when we heard the commotion outside, and you went to investigate it. Right. And I think Beatrice knocked me and Pierce out 10 minutes after that. How long did you fight Steelwind before she pushed past you? 150. to 150, 220, 230. Okay. How long did you find Steven before she pushed past you? We definitely fought for a while. It must have been at least 20 minutes. After that, she gave up on fighting me and ran into the prayer book. Which means that Beatrice somehow got into the room during your fight. That discounts my theory of her disguising herself as Steelwind. 40 minutes, damn. I didn't get time to investigate this place before. There are lanterns hanging around the room. They're still lit. Lit, bam! There are 3 stained glass windows. They look quite nice. Let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Arcanum.
Oh, hello! There's a trace of necromancy on the ground here. It's probably from when I tried to heal you. Oh, there's a trace of transmutation here. It's all over the area around his body. Interesting. Did the murderer wound him using a transmutation spell? There are traces of conjuration magic all over the room. That must have been left by Beatrice's sleep spell. Not necessarily. It's possible there could have been another spell done on top of the sleep spell to look like, and you would only think that the magic would be tied to the sleep spell and only that. That's a possibility. There's a chalk outline where Pierce's body probably was. He was standing against his altar when he died, and the blood stain seems to imply that the fatal wound came from his chest. Obviously, a report would really be helpful here. Okay, I think I got everything I can here. Okay, we came from the nave. So let's go to the common room, the garden, and then the Inquisition dungeon. What happened here? Was there some kind of fire? Yeah, we think the perp lit a fire using magic. Commander White. Hey kid, you investigating what happened too? Something like that. We just want to figure out what really happened. You and me both. Nothing about this case makes any damn sense. I'll be honest, I could really use your help trying to figure this out. Trouble seems to follow you wherever you go, kid. I can't help it. Sometimes I feel like I'm the one who goes looking for it. Well, you've certainly found it. The real mess this time. Huh, I see you're still working with the mage girl. I have a name, you know. Save it, sweetheart. You may have everyone else fooled, but we've seen today that mages like you are capable of. Well, lucky for you, Celeste and I are here to aid you in sorting this mess out. Yeah. Just tell her to keep her magic under control. We need answers, not more fireworks. Hey, yeah, okay. Man, Steven has gotten himself in the middle of a real mess this time. I know, this whole situation is unbelievable. Yeah, none of it makes sense. I wonder if he has anything to say about her dad. Nothing, okay. Pierce got off too, huh? Not that it changes much. His execution was scheduled for next month anyways. So Von Santos is actually dead. Honestly, I'm not going to lose any sleep over him. Serves him right after what happened to Justin Way. Even so, a dangerous murderer is on the loose. Neither of us can relax until we catch them and put them away. You're always working, huh? I can't believe someone just off Lady Sybil. Her family is responsible for the justice system. Have you met her before? I was not predicting them killing her off. I had some money on Von Santos. I had most of my money on it was you, and you. That would have been interesting, but definitely you. There's no way you coming out of this alive. And you would have been. This would have been interesting because it would be like, how the fuck did someone take him down? But honestly, was not expecting you, and was really not expecting you to die. only in passing. And whenever I did talk to her, she'd always say kooky things about the universal balance or some other kind of hooey like that. Frankly, I could never understand a word she says. This whole situation is a damned mess. Has Inquisition found any clues to explain what happened? We only have the basic stuff so far, and only just recovered the autopsy reports. That's still pretty useful. Do you have copies of them? Sure, knock yourselves out. Frozen liquor was on stabbed through his heart. Hey, just like how he killed somebody. Oh, that's funny. Transmutation and conjuration? That's like the first case. Transmutation, evocation, and necromancy. Suffocation. Interesting, because like the second case. Suffocation. Burnt the body to discern any specific wounds. Wait, Pierce was killed with a frozen blade? Isn't that similar to how he killed Flintheart? Sorry, I didn't mean to... No, it's okay. Anyways, the times of death also seem to tell a story. If you look at the reports, the murderer must have killed Von Santos, then Sybil, then Pierce in that order. Yeah, that's our working theory too. Which is what we saw anyway when it happened. Okay. Look at this map. Oh, we never looked at the map. We can see where the prayer room and the common room are. Usually. Lady Sybil's body was found in the lake west of here. To the left. But since the Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff, there isn't an easy way to get there in such a short amount of time. Okay. So that raises my next question. Sybil would walk there. The murderer killed Sybil. What? Isn't that what I had before? What did I have before? The murderer threw it from the balcony. Isn't that what I just... What did I say before? The Grand Cathedral was built on a cliff over the lake. I could have sworn that's what I picked. Oh, whatever. And the westward balcony just happens to be right over it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We even have a witness who saw Steelwind there. Really? Who was it? It was High Speaker Theon Arcus. High Speaker? He's a shot caller of the Church of Bahamut, and he stands at the top of the religious hierarchy from what I hear. He spotted Steelwind near the west balcony and noticed she was acting suspiciously. He called out to her, but she ignored him. So she knew that he saw her, but she didn't attack him? Yeah, he really lucked out. But if she was having a psychotic episode, he would have noticed that. From what you said, all she did was ignore him. You're right, this whole Mage Blight story doesn't really add up. Either way, we'll just have to talk to him directly to find out more. Putting that aside, there's something else that's strange. What's that? It's about the order that the murders occurred in. The murderer killed Von Santos, Sybil, and Pierce in that order. That means that the murderer went to the common room, then the west balcony, and then finally the prayer room. Common, west, and prayer. So they doubled back? Wouldn't it be common, then prayer, then the balcony? So instead of going 1, 2, 3. Instead of going 1, 2, 3. Interesting. It should have been switched. The last two. Look at the map, the murderer's route seems a little strange. Killed Pierce second. Yeah. The murderer passed right by the prayer room. and before they dumped Sybil's body. Why would they just murder Pierce on the way there? Maybe they wanted to dump Sybil's body first. Or they're already afraid of fighting me. Aren't you giving yourself a little too much credit? No, she has a point. Out of everyone who fought the murderer, Celeste was the only one who didn't die or fall comatose. Anyways, there has to be a reason why the murderer deliberately chose that route. Okay. Oh fuck. God damn it. I meant to go invent. Well, that's fine. I was probably done there anyway. Well, no, I didn't even investigate the area. Inquisition the King's Guard must still be processing her. We should come back later. Okay, alright. We're going back to here. There's scorch marks all over the room. The fire must have spread pretty far. Yeah, it was probably going for a while. No one even noticed it until Prince Alaric told the King's Guard he saw smoke. Interesting. We should speak with him and see if he saw anything else. Even now, the sunlight shining through the stained glass windows. Looks like the fire reached them before it's put out. There's a chalk outline in the center of the room. This must be where they found Von Santos' body. There's even bits of ash there. It must have been the burnt fragments of the body.
Arcanum.
That's a lot of red. There are traces of evocation in a bunch of different spots around the room. We need to put through a bunch of fire-based evocation. That's evocation. Yeah, evocation spells around to start the fire. And the King's Guard used a bunch of water-based evocation spells to put it out before the fire spread. That makes sense. With that knowledge in mind, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. Excuse me. There's a trace of evocation magic near the body. That matches his autopsy report. The murder must have hit him with an evocation. Evocation. God damn it! Evocation spell. Oh, hold on. The trace of abjuration magic in the center of the room. Do the traces overlap with the body? Kind of. It's sort of square-shaped? Square-shaped? I can't see the traces, but there also seems to be a square-shaped outline around the body. You're right, they overlap perfectly. The area inside the square is a lot less burnt now that I look at it. I'm not sure what this means yet, but it's definitely worth taking note of. Like a water thing? Like he tried to defend himself? I think we have everything we can get here. How did the Inquisition find out about the murders anyway? Did the witness come across the bodies? It all started when Prince Alaric ran up to us. He told us that he saw a fire breaking out in the common room. He also saw Steel in there, but when he tried to talk to her, she hit him with some kind of spell. She attacked one of the princes? Yeah, but it didn't look like she hurt him. That guy from House Asclepius inspected him, and he told us he wasn't injured. I'm glad he's okay, but wouldn't Arya have used a more violent spell if she was affected by Mage Blight? It's possible she was throwing spells randomly, and he just happened to get really lucky. I doubt that. I suppose it's possible. But was there anyone else nearby when this happened? I would have expected the Prince of Rivengard to be under constant guard. Yeah, that was kind of my mistake. I ordered the knights to give him some space considering what just happened. And that would be... Sorry kid, if you don't know, it's not my place to tell you. I have orders from the top to stay quiet about that. Anyways, whatever the perp hit him with, it only put him in a daze. He could barely walk or talk. He couldn't even approach us until the spell had worn off. And the weirdest about it all is that he was pretty close to where we were. Interesting, but for some reason we didn't find him until after the spell wore off. Wait, what? Hold on. We didn't find him until after the spell wore off. Interesting. Invisibility? Did someone cast invisibility on him? I hope he's okay. After he told us about what was happening, we went to put out the fires. That's when we saw a bunch of guards knocked out outside the prayer room. Did you see me? No, this all happened around 3:10 p.m. Right, that was probably well after Steven moved into the prayer room. Celeste must have already followed her into it. When you arrested Steven, I recall you mentioned that a bunch of guards were comatose. Did the murderer use some kind of spell to knock them out? I don't think so, and I'm just as lost as you are about that. Some of the victims didn't have any magical traces on them, so we know that they aren't under the effects of a spell, but they still haven't woken up. That's odd to say the least. That sounds like something that Eris did. Is there any common thread between the knights who fell comatose? That might help us deduce what happened to them. Well, we found all of them at locations where Steven was spotted. That can't be a coincidence. Commander White, you keep saying the perp instead of Seawind, even though everyone else seems to think she was responsible for this. Do you also suspect that she's being framed? It just doesn't add up. If she did give herself Mageblade, her actions wouldn't have been so deliberate. And she's definitely not the type of person to just go around murdering people. She kept me alive, she kept her boyfriend alive. That's maybe possibly husband at this point. At least fiance, at the very least. She supposedly only put live guards in the comatose. She only murdered 3 people who all kind of weren't great to begin with. And were all parts of all nobles. It's too calculated to be Mageblade. Mageblade is supposed to be a psychotic episode that makes you go crazy and attack everyone. But everything is cold, calculated, and almost planned. How could anyone think that this is Mageblade? Even if she was, she's led a lot of the Inquisition's investigations recently. She's investigated plenty of homicides with us, and she knows exactly how we do things. Whoever did this got the job done, but they were sloppy about it. A bunch of witnesses saw her, and she didn't even try to hide herself using her magic. So either she had Mageblade, which doesn't match with her behavior, or she did this intentionally and wanted to get caught. Neither scenario makes any damn sense. Someone has to be framing her. That's the only reasonable explanation. Honestly, I'm not so sure about that either. What do you mean? You saw her when we arrested her, didn't you? She wanted us to lock her up. It's like she thought she was a danger to herself and others. Right, that's the same impression I got as well. If it weren't for the witness's statements, I'd be sure she gave herself Mageblade. The strangest thing is that I've never seen her act that scared before. Something really rattled her about what happened. Did you follow up on what I said about Beatrice? I know she was in the room when Pierce and I fell unconscious. She has to be involved in this somehow. Well, she's already in prison, so we're already ahead in that account. But when we asked her what happened, she said that she couldn't remember anything. That's just an obvious lie. She has to be hiding something. Normally I'd agree with you, but she's not the only one with missing memories. Steven also can't remember anything. What? Anyways, what about Eris and the knight that was guarding her? Did they see anything? Sorry kid, but Eris Imada has been missing ever since everything went down. Oh no, what a shame! What? Do you have any idea what happened to her? No, but I wouldn't be too worried. What? A witness to the crime scene is missing and possibly hurt. Look kid, you may be a hotshot attorney, but I've been in this business a lot longer than you have. Sometimes when these things happen to civilians, they get spooked and run away. I've seen it a million times. Yep. Yeah, she's a quote-unquote daughter of a crime lord, quote-unquote. We don't have the resources to look for her, but I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. Ain't that the truth? Well, I suppose we can't do anything about that now, but I still hope she's okay. Anyways, what about the knight guarding Beatrice? Surely he didn't go missing as well. That's the thing. The knight who was supposed to be watching her is one of the people who went comatose. We found him in front of the prayer room too. To make matters worse, that Frega chick knows how to cast invisibility. Even if she was telling the truth, a very few people would have actually seen her. Anyways, would you happen to have a recent version of our spell compendium? Sure, we already have it on record. Familiar bond, sleep, mend wounds, send message, animate corpse. They wouldn't. Oh no, but who would be it though? Necrotic blight, shatter, invisibility, feign death, and illusory disguise. Illusory disguise, invisibility, feign death. You can kill Sybil, do animate corpse, do illusory disguise, have her walk into the water, and then you have an alibi for her being dead. That's one. That explains how she can get moved without her actually being pushed off the balcony. But we did see her on the balcony, though. Don't care about that. Don't care about that right now. This is what I care about. Okay. Okay. Is there anyone? There are 3 people who are dead. Is there a possibility that one person's not actually dead? Because that would make feign death be a thing. Or is it possible that someone looked like they were dead, but they weren't dead for a little bit? Well, it couldn't have been Pierce, right? Because Celeste walked in right afterwards. Oh, shit. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Oh, hi, Takamatsu. Thank you for the sound alert. Welcome on in. Hello. Welcome to another round of Tyrion Cuthbert, where we figure out why our prosecutor rival friend possibly didn't kill, but it's been framed for killing 3 nobles, including the murderer from the first case, the semi-murderer from the third case, and the criminal justice head. Looking but watching? Okay, that's good, that's good. I do have a look command also. Lizard disguise. As usual, this is going to be important probably. Right, I forgot how many spells he used during Lord Frigga's murder. It's all a little difficult to take in. I still can't believe it. After everything he did, Von Santos was just murdered. I'm surprised to hear that from you. Didn't he basically get away with offing Justin Way? The way I see it, he got what he deserved. Not incorrect. That still doesn't sit right with me. No matter who the victims might have been, no one deserves to die like that. You're definitely a bigger man than I am. Anyways, Von Santos' autopsy report says he died of suffocation. We think the murderer overpowered him and choked him with a rope or something. That hardly sounds like something someone would do during a psychotic episode. Yeah, the more info I get, the more I think you might be onto something. But either way, the fire that the perp started in this room burnt his body. It didn't completely turn to ash, but it was still pretty charred. So the fire would have burnt away any evidence of the minor wounds he had. Yeah, well, luckily we even discerned he was hit with an evocation spell. Right, the autopsy report mentioned that too. But if a fire was started, is it possible that he died from smoke inhalation? No, the divination spell we use always identifies smoke inhalation as death by poisoning, not death by suffocation. Interesting. I suppose that kind of makes sense. But if it's still a shame, we can't find out about how the murderer suffocated him. Okay, what about? We still know very little about how the murders occurred. Do you have records of each of the victims' spell compendiums? They might help us understand what each of the victims was doing during the attack. Sure, knock yourselves out. Slow fall. She's got slow fall and she fell and they knocked her over. Foresight. Man runes stone skin. And someone got the drop on her? What the fuck? Force cage. Oh. Okay, okay, don't care about that right now. 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 Okay. 10 by 10. So you can't do it on yourself? Oh, maybe he did try and cast Force Cage on himself. Perfect score around the body. Okay, so that was definitely Force Cage. Alright. Slow fall, okay. Here's a shot in the dark. A common theme with these cases has always been it's, you know, multiple things at play, so multiple criminals, right? Or like multiple forces working together to commit these murders. So what if not you, because I think you died last. What if the reason that he wasn't killed second and she was killed second is because they used her... Wait, hold on. Can animate corpse? They can use the spells of things? She can do foresight and she still got the drop on her? Something's not right. I'm thinking that they were each used. This is my crackpot theory. Is that they were each used as a way to kill each other. So one person was killed, they were brought back to life, or animated corpse, and then they killed somebody else. I don't know. Okay, wow, that's a lot to work through. Yep, this is what happens when a bunch of mages are caught in the middle of a murder. Honestly, you've been lucky until now. Nevertheless, I'll need to look over each one of these spells when they become relevant. You know, I've been waiting interest because I've been doing other things, but I still have the dream of making a game that uses magic, and it's a murder mystery that involves like magic and stuff. And this is a really good inspiration of how to do like this shit is really good, because my biggest thing has always been when I've thought about like if I'm making a murder mystery that involves magic is how do you create a system where if a murder mystery is still the idea of logic, how do you make something that is logical but also magical at the same time, right? And this game is basically being like, look, I'll just do your job for you, Windix. So even if, honestly, if I don't ever make the game I ever want to make, I will be sated because, in a sense, I'll be somewhat sated in terms of gameplay, not in terms of narrative, in terms of gameplay, because this is what I would have done. I mean, if I ever do something, I have to make something different now because I can't just copy this. That's a no-go. But this is what I would have done. Like if I had the thought to even do something like this, because having all the spells and working them in a way that they're not necessarily, it's hard, it's not hard magic, it's soft magic, but it still works in a way that can function within the logic of, you know, if A then B that you need for any type of good mystery, then damn it, I'm fucking impressed. Something I've been thinking about for 7 years at the very least, of an idea for, no, at least 6, we'll say at least 6 years, about how to do that, and they just did it. They found a way to make magic and logic work together in a way that only I can dream of. It sucks though, because now if I ever decide to do make a murder mystery magical girl thing, oh, how am I gonna differentiate with this? The spell compendium thing is still also something that is straight out of something I really would have done. Have a registry of spells. Fuck. It's okay. I don't have all the time in the world, but I got enough time in my life to think of something different if I decide to pursue it. Oh, hello there. What the fuck is the Pope doing here? I don't believe we've met before. What are you doing here? Sorry for the intrusion. I'm Tyrion Cuthbert, and this is my bodyguard, Celeste McCoy. Excuse me. We're investigating the murders on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind. Tyrion Cuthbert, I've heard of you. But forgive my rudeness, I'm the Arcus, High Speaker of the Church of Bahamut. So this is the guy that saw Sybil. Okay. So you're the one who saw Steelwind go before, around the Sybil part. Okay. You're the one who saw Steelwind here during the murders. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? I suppose there would be no harm in that. This balcony provides a perfect view of Lake Galacond? Yeah, okay, yeah. It's a nice lake. A lot of people probably come here when the Grand Cathedral was open to the public. Again, there's some sort of debris on the ground. I can see a military stronghold in the distance. They must be able to see a lot from that high up. Who would explain the fire? What, that goes out that theory.
Repario Arcanum.
The trace of transmutation on the pieces of the debris. That would imply that a spell specifically targeted or created whatever this came from. But I doubt someone created these bits of gravel. Must have broken off from something else. We heard that you saw the prosecutor acting strangely here. Could you tell us more about what you saw? Did it look like she was having a psychotic episode? I wouldn't go that far, but she was certainly acting strangely. How did you come across her? Well, I was on my way to the prayer room. I always recite prayers from the Draconic text around that time. When I saw her, I first thought she was just enjoying the view of the lake. I was about to greet her. When I approached her, I saw that she was throwing something off the edge of the balcony. You must have seen her dumping Sybil's body. You're probably correct. I came to the same conclusion after they found that poor woman's body below us. Although, what is it? I only saw it for a second, so perhaps I'm wrong, but Lady Sybil was wearing much brighter colors this morning. Whatever Lady Steelwind threw into the lake, it looked much darker. What does that mean? I'm sorry, I can't really explain it. Perhaps I was just seeing things. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be after all. Could have just been a trick of the light. Darker. Wait, if you saw Arya dumping Lady Sybil's body, she must have just murdered her. That means you must have been heading to where we were at that time. Oh, were you praying there with Lord Pierce? Not exactly. What? That's not what the guards told me. The guards? Do you mean the ones standing and watch outside the prayer room? Yes, they told me that Pierce was praying with some acquaintances of his. They said the same thing to Lady Steelwind as well. Wait, Steelwind was there too? Yes, she appeared to be waiting for something. But anyways, I didn't want to disturb them, so I went back to my quarters to pray there. Wait, so you're telling me he was there, he walked away, Celeste comes up, and then the fight happened? Either way, we can't exactly question those guards. Yeah, they're still comatose after the attack. Interesting. Let me present some things. So you have heard of me, High Speaker. I have. You shouldn't believe every story you hear from the aristocracy. I don't know what you mean. What do you think about? Okay. Did you know Lord Pierce? He was one of the victims. I didn't know him well. Not to insult House Pierce, but he was a noble of high standing. Never had many opportunities to speak with him. Okay, but then did you know someone of higher standing? And this. What about someone of higher standing? Did you know Lord Van Santis? He was head of House Van Sanctus. Yes, I know him well. We often work together in matters of enterprise. Why would the church need to discuss matters of enterprise? I wonder why. Perhaps I've already said too much. You don't know House Steelwind? Interesting. What do you feel about necromancy? What do you feel about a demon? Okay. And what do you feel about yourself? Forgive me if I'm being rude, but what is a High Speaker? You seriously don't know? How ignorant are you? Okay, that's a little rude. The Church of Bahamut seeks to honor and revere the scaled Lord of Athalion. We are all called to spread the word of his greatness through Rivengard. Ugh. The High Speaker leads the church through this mission. Actually, the High Speaker's quarters aren't that far away from the prayer room. How did you not hear anything? Ah, it must have been because of the magical wards in my room. Magical wards? Are they there for security reasons? Not exactly. I actually suffer from chronic insomnia. Even the smallest sound will wake me up at night. Years ago, I had some mages enchant the walls so sound couldn't travel through them. I can't hear anything from outside the room once I shut my door. That's cool. Now we go to the garden. It's staring into my soul. Then stop looking at it. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert, and Miss McCoy, too. What are you still doing here? We're trying to investigate what happened. We were looking around and we just happened to find you here. I see. Are you okay? Annie, are you okay? Yes. I was just thinking how unfortunate this ordeal has been. I do hope Miss Steelwind is taking this well. We're trying to find out exactly what happened. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? I see. Well, I'll do whatever I can to help. Alright, let's bait him out with something about his beloved. Well, first about us. This whole situation is quite a mess. I do consider myself lucky that you're here, Mr. Cuthbert. I appreciate your trust, but I still can't make sense of what I've found so far. Well, if anyone can find out what happened, it's you. I'm glad you were with Mr. Cuthbert when the assailant struck Miss McCoy. Ooh, that's probably... Don't be saying that to her. Who knows what would have happened if you weren't there? No, I failed completely. I let the murderer get past me. It could have killed Tyrion. You can't keep blaming yourself for what happened. We're both safe now, that's what matters. Yeah. Can't believe Mysterion is being blamed for this. Although I can't fault the Kingsguard for that. Right, there are several witnesses who saw her, and Celeste's testimony shows it wasn't someone else that magically disguised as her. Hope she's doing okay. What about your cousin? Really? Why is he even in this game? What do you think about this? Okay, if you're not talking about yourself, you're not gonna talk about a lot of things. I can't believe someone killed Lady Sybil. Oh, you're talking about her? Did you know her well? Quite well. We had many debates about how her family ran the judicial system. I found them quite frustrating. After speaking to her, I can kind of understand what you mean. He's a good goober, so far. Okay, let's talk about Lord Van Sanctus then. Lord Van Sanctus is actually dead. I just saw him this morning, too. Yeah, despite my feelings about him, no one deserves to be killed in cold blood. If there's some silver lining, it's that he can no longer harm people with his negligence. And that's bad, at least. Wow, he doesn't give a shit about him. Alright. You said that you two were investigating the murders. You weren't planning to defend Miss Steelwind, were you? If she would have me. She may be a competent prosecutor, but I have far more experience defending clients. Unfortunately, I think the situation is more complicated than that. What do you mean? Several house leaders died today. We can't release this information to the public, not after the news of William Frega's death has already spread. In the course of 2 months, we've lost not one, but 3 members of the Pillar families. Of 4 families, too. But the trial has to happen soon, or else the magical traces left will disappear. From what I've heard, we will be holding a trial, but it will be handled privately and internally. And I'm sorry to say that you won't be permitted to serve in such a trial. Right, a majority of the nobility hates me after all. Would you be able to pull some strings, Aster? I'm sorry, I'd like nothing more than to give you the opportunity to represent her, but I clearly have a personal attachment to this case. If I try to tip the trial in her favor, it would only harm her chances more. Right, I see what you mean. Even if we can't help her during the trial, we can still investigate the crimes on her behalf. Yes, I would really appreciate that. If new evidence is found, perhaps we can exonerate Miss Steelwind of the charges against her. After everything that's happened, I really need to know. Why were so many nobles gathered in one place anyways? All 4 of the Pillar families were present. I understand if you don't want to tell me, but this information could be vital in figuring out what really happened. No, I see your point. The truth is we are gathered to mourn the death of my father. Oh! I thought it was the marriage! So, I did have 2 theories. I had it was either going to be the marriage or it was him becoming the king. But I was focused so much on the marriage thing because everyone was being so fucking lovey-dovey. Oh! Gathered to mourn the death of my father, King Oliver de Ravengard the Ninth. Wait, the king is dead? Yes, we wanted to avoid releasing this information to the public so close to the death of William Frege. That makes sense. My father has been ill for some time, so we were prepared for this. Or at least I thought I was. I lost my mother when I was quite young, but it's still a little hard to take in. Wait, if that guy is the king, then who the fuck was that blonde guy who we saw? I'm sorry, you have my condolences. Thank you. If King Oliver is dead, that would make you... Yes, you're currently stand before King Aster de Ravengard, ruler of our kingdom. Oh, he doesn't want this job. I suppose that explains why all of these nobles were gathered. And now that makes things even worse. This is the worst thing that happened. Because now, if 3 of the Pillar families are now gone, right? 3 of the heads of the Pillar families died recently. The king dies recently. That's 4 people of nobility who have died. This isn't gonna look good for the king. And especially since 3 noble people, including 2 Pillar family people, died at this event on which this guy became king, basically. The common folk are not going to take that. They're going to be like, what the fuck's going on here? We may not like the nobility, but something suspicious is going on. They came under the guise of paying their respects, but it's clear they all wanted to get closer to the new king of Rivengard. The Fregas were the only ones who generally came to give their condolences. Speaking of the Fregas, I think you need to know. I saw Beatrice before I was knocked out. I think she may have been the one who killed Garrick Pierce. I'm sorry, I know she's your friend, but we already know she's not above committing murder. I see. Why is he so angry about that? I suppose you're saying it must be so. But what possible reason would she have to be involved in something like this? I'm not sure yet, but I plan to find that out. By the way, where were you during the murders? But you left with Steelwind when Celeste and I arrived at the cathedral. Yes, Steelwind and I left to speak with High Speaker Arceus in his quarters. What was your meeting about? It was actually about our wedding. Yeah. My father's death, Lord Steelwind wanted to finally make our union official. Oh. I would congratulate you two, but considering the circumstances, I understand and appreciate your words nonetheless. Anyways, how long did this meeting last? I believe we spoke with him until 1:40 p.m. But Von Santos died at 2:05 p.m. That means she began her rampage less than half an hour after that meeting. Was there anything off about her behavior? Did you call off the relationship? Now that you mention it, something about her demeanor changed. We were speaking to the wedding when she abruptly left. I asked her where she was going, but she ignored me. That sounds similar to what happened when Celeste fought her. There's no way she was affected by Maid's Blight. But she was affected by something. I honestly didn't think much of it at the time. I'm quite used to her giving me the cold shoulder. Right. Where's the real Arya Steelwind? Anyways, what happened after your meeting with the High Speaker? Did you see Steelwind after that? Actually, I found myself caught up in something else entirely. At 2 p.m., we went to pay my respects at my father's coffin. Wait a second. Hold up. But apparently someone else had set a magical trap there. Wait, hold up. 150, 220, 230. We went to meet him at 150. We spoke with him until 1:40 p.m. What the fuck? Hold up. We went to go talk to Garrick Pierce at 1:50 p.m. We encountered Arya at 1:50 p.m. waiting for Pierce, right? Because she went off to talk to him. She went off to talk about the wedding. She left. Her demeanor changed. She shows up. Well, we were talking about our lovey-dovey stuff, and she has that thing, and then Sasha's like, "I'm happy for you two," and then she leaves. Wait a second. But she was fine. She was all like, a little like, nervous and stuff. But like, she was definitely that was the real Arya Steelwind at that point. So, if that was the fake that was with him and she was the real, why was she? When did they get separated? Because someone had set a magical trap there. What? It was a glyph of contingency. So counterspell? Basically. Or, oh, it's not a counterspell. It's a delayed spell. Okay. I've heard of that spell. It's like a trap you can set. You can infuse any spell into it. But it requires a second contingent spell to place that trap. Which spell was it? It was Force Cage, targeting me. Was the murderer trying to attack Acid too? I don't think so. They would have used a more lethal spell if they wanted to. But from the sounds of it, Force Cage can't be dispelled. The acid would have been trapped inside of it for the full hour. You think the murderer used this as a distraction? Because of that trap, the Kingsguard consolidated most of their attention and forces on my location. As a result, there are fewer people guarding Von Santos, Sybil, and Pierce. And the ones that were there all fell comatose. I can't tell us what happened to her. Okay. Alright. There's a lot going on in this case. So back to the Knave. She touched a member of the royal family and killed several nobles. What else is there to investigate? The laws are clear about what we must do. We should execute her immediately. Alaric, the situation is far too much import to make such rash decisions. We need to approach this calmly and carefully. Oh, it's you two. Your Highness? I don't think we've been introduced. What? I see you're still as insolvent as ever. You stand before Sir Remus Vergile, Archduke and Royal Advisor to the Reifengard throne. I believe he means advisor. Oh, so like the second in charge, basically. Depending on what type of thing, also the guy pulling the strings from behind, but I don't know. Why are you two still here anyways? I thought the cathedral was closed for the investigation. We're investigating what happened on behalf of Prosecutor Steelwind. I see. Anyways, I have much to attend to. I'll be taking my leave. Actually, since we have you here, we have some questions for you. The both of you. You should know your place, knave. Why is it even giving me the option for... Okay. All the same shit. So how about me, huh? Every time I see you, something horrible ends up happening. As if you bring trouble wherever you go. I doubt it's that. He's not Conan. My occupation just puts me in these positions. So you go around looking for trouble then. Well, he's not wrong. Good thing he came out of this unharmed. A lot of people have lost their lives today. Steelwind knows better than to harm a member of the royal family. Also, he's the one who had the spell on him. I thought it was fucking Aster. Can't believe Lady Steelwind would do something like this. After everything my brother has done for her, this is how she repays him? There's more to this than we're all seeing. She can't be responsible for this. We'll see. Don't give a shit about that. You'll probably give a shit about... You like the dog? No. Okay, so let's talk about everything. I think my brother... Oh, it's brother. My brother has gotten the worst out of this. Right. He has to choose between protecting his fiancée or allowing her to be convicted. I can imagine what's going through his mind right now. I hope he's okay. I can't get a read on him. We have gone this long without knowing who you are. Why haven't I heard of you before, Your Grace? His Grace does not see it fit to mingle with the common folk. He only concerns himself with the matters befitting of his station. Your Grace, where were you when the murders took place? Just what are you trying to insinuate? Please, Alaric, there's no need for that. To answer your question, I was speaking with Lady Frega's familiar. Tracker? Really? No, it was the demon who calls himself Maranath. Oh. What? Why would you want to speak with him? He was actually the one that sent for me. According to him, he had some information that was of great import to me. You didn't make a contract with him, did you? Of course not. What kind of desperate fool do you take me for? No, he gave me the information he had freely. Why would he do that? Demons are always trying to trick humans into making deals with them. Looking back, it must have been a distraction. What a fool I was. I knew he was playing with me. But I knew he couldn't tell lies, and the information he had was too important to ignore. If you don't mind me asking, what was the information about? I think it was about me. I think it was about Tyrion and my Eye of Horus. The fact that he's been very cautious about not looking at me and trying to make eye contact with me and stuff like that. And Maranath knows about my eye? No. I think he is cautious about me. Which brings up another thing. If he doesn't want me looking into his mind, if this is this theory we're gonna go with, what is he hiding? Sorry, but I can't reveal what he told me. It could endanger people that I care about. But rest assured, I doubt it has anything to do with the massacre. Your Grace, we've only just met. I can't exactly take your word for it. I suppose that's fair, but believe me when I say that I plan to take this information to my grave. Anyways, several members of the Kingsguard were watching us. They can verify my alibi. How long did this conversation last? I arrived to speak with him at 1:50 p.m. I didn't leave until 3:10 p.m. So when we went with Pierce, exact same time. You were with the fucking demon for over a fucking hour? Your Highness, we heard the prosecutor cast a spell on you when you saw the fire in the common room. Can you tell us more about what happened? I can't believe she attacked a member of the royal family. She was completely irresponsible with her magic. I can understand your feelings about this, but we can't say for certain that she inflicted Mage Bite on herself. I don't even know if it was actually her. I saw her with my own eyes. Plenty of other people did too. Either way, where did this happen? It was on the path outside the common room. I saw smoke coming from the building, and I saw Lady Steelwind walking away from it. Nothing so far has happened here. Nothing has happened here. This is where Von Santos died. Fire. The corpse. Pierce. He didn't hear anything because he was silent because of the wards. That's gonna come to the question. I have a feeling I already know the answer, but was she behaving erratically? No, she was very deliberately cast a spell on me. Do you know which spell she cast on you? I'm not sure. I've never been affected by a spell like that before. In the magical traces on him, we know it was a transmutation spell. Transmutation spells manipulate and change physical matter. It's scary to think about what it might do to a human body. Are you sure he's okay? Lord Asclepius. Nah. No, I'll say it right. Asclepius. Yeah. Inspected him. And he doesn't appear to have any lasting injuries. We're hoping the spell's effects were only temporary. Can you describe what you felt when you were affected by it? That might help us identify which spell it was. Well, I was extremely dazed, and my ears were ringing. My vision was also partially blurred, as if my mind was in some sort of fog. Whenever I tried to speak, I couldn't even form words with my mouth. I could only make grunting sounds. I couldn't walk either. I had to crawl on the floor. You got turned into an animal, dude. I'm sorry you had to go through that. That must have been traumatic. Well, got turned into a fucking animal. Ain't no other way. Back. Right? We don't have that many transmutation spells. fact, we have barely any transmutation spells. What the fuck? Yuri told us that she wasn't acting erratically, but wasn't anything off about her demeanor. I only saw her for a moment, but she was definitely different than usual. She was completely emotionless. Yeah, that's exactly what she was like when I fought her too. It's like she was an arcane construct. Movements were almost robotic. Wait, are there any arcane constructs on the cathedral grounds? No, not for lack of trying on Lord Von Santos' part. The highest speaker and I have specifically forbidden the staff here from using them. Yeah, I like that. They're being like, we're tired of seeing arcane constructs because they've been in two cases so far. Yeah, 2 cases so far. Anyways, was anyone else around when Steelwind cast that transmutation spell on you? No, she moved away quickly after she incapacitated me. And even if someone was around, I don't think I could have seen them anyways. That covers a lyrics account of what happened. We even got the Archduke's statement too. So we're gonna be looking for a spell that could turn someone into something temporarily. Like an animal or like a bug. But there's still one last person we need to speak to. Oh yeah. She and Beatrice supposedly have no memories of what happened. If it were only Beatrice saying that, I'd probably doubt it. But if Steven also doesn't have any memories, it becomes a lot more credible. She definitely has the missing piece we need to put this together. Are you going to the dungeon to speak with her? I am. Wonderful. I'll be accompanying you. What? As a warrior advisor, I have a vested interest in the investigation. While I trust Lucio to leave no stone unturned, and you have quite the talent for seeing what the crown cannot. Also, it's Lucio. It's his fucking daughter. I don't care how fucking... Yeah, no, we saw into his fucking... We saw into his emotions. He cares about his daughter. There ain't no way I trust him to be impartial in this case. All right, we're going. Mr. Cuthbert, and your grace. How are you doing? As best as I can, all things considered. What brings you here? We're trying to investigate everything that happened. I see. I was wondering if you could answer some of our questions. Steven, I know your situation's pretty grim right now, but you know you can trust me. You're not the person I'm worried about. At this moment, I don't even know if I can trust myself. What? We heard that you don't have any memories of what happened. Is that true? It is. No matter how much I try, I can't recall anything. Oh, that's Eris. That's 100% Eris. Because she can warp people's memories and they're like, whatever. So that's 100% her doing stuff. What is the last thing you remember? I believe I was leaving my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. Wait, what the fuck? That makes no sense. No, wait, no. We saw Pierce at 150. Doesn't mean that we saw her before 150. The timelines don't add up correctly. Was she perfectly sane and sober when we saw her, when she was like flustering about when we were having a lovey-dovey scene? Because of my meeting with the High Speaker and His Majesty. After the meeting, I was planning to return to the nave to speak with my father, but I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I thought some fresh air might help me feel better, so I went to the balcony. The one over Lake Galakond? Yes, that one. The last thing I remember was losing consciousness as I looked at the lake. And did you cast any magic before this happened? No, I didn't. Are you sure you don't remember anything after that? I don't. All I remember is waking up to the sound of someone sobbing. It was Celeste. She was crying over your unconscious body, Mr. Cuthbert. You don't really... I don't feel like you can present evidence really here. I'm glad you were unharmed, Mr. Cuthbert. I was worried when I saw you next to Pierce's corpse. Well, I definitely got the least of it. I should consider myself lucky that whoever did this decided not to kill me. Nice going, Celeste. Celeste, I heard that you and I fought during the massacre. I apologize if it hurt you in any way. Celeste? Sorry, this is just a lot to take in. A few hours ago, it really felt like you were trying to kill me. I won't fault you for feeling that way. I'm truly sorry. Okay. Yippee. Ooh! Is Orm working with the Kingsguard to investigate what happened? He is. We actually got a lot of information from him. That's reassuring to hear. I suppose it's a good opportunity to see how well he works without my guidance. Do you ever stop working? No. No, she does not. I'm sorry about what happened, Celeste. I can imagine the lack of closure you feel right now. No, I don't care about that anymore. I'm just glad Tyrion is safe. Can't believe we lost so many house leaders in the course of 3 months. My father is the only head of the 4 pillars that lives. Yeah. Let's talk about Husby Dearest. I believed His Majesty was unharmed during the massacre. Whoever orchestrated this trapped him in a force cage. It must have used him as a distraction while they went after their true targets. As callous as it is, I'm glad he wasn't their real target. I don't know what I would do if anything happened to him. Oh, she would go. She would be devastated. Can't believe I was forced to attack Prince Alaric. Don't feel too guilty. He doesn't seem to have any lasting injuries. Regardless, he's much too young to experience something like that. Talk about Beatrice. No? You want to talk about... Okay, fine. So then what about... You know, this guy. No? Okay. No. And then Remus? But Remus is right here with us. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I feel like we've completely ruled out Maze Blight, so I doubt that's why you can't remember anything. Are there any spells that can specifically modify or destroy people's memories? It would certainly explain a lot of this. It's not like we, the players in chat, have seen this before. No, arcane spells can only affect the physical world. Where throughout history, mages have attempted to develop spells that can affect the mind. There's no recorded history of any of them succeeding. But you're assuming that arcane spells are the only type of magic that exists. What? I think you've observed it already. There are magical creatures in this world that don't use arcane magic. Isn't that right, Mr. Cuthbert? What? Yeah, he knows about the Eye of Horus. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Don't take me for a fool. Several of my associates attended Frega's trial, and they all heard what that demon referred to you as. Heaven's Born. If I learned that Lumina had anything to do with this, Your Grace, I'm not an agent of the theocracy. Even if what you're saying is true, I was the one who manipulated Steelwind's memories. But I suppose you raise a good point. If something affected Steelwind's memories, it wasn't necessarily an arcane spell. In fact, it couldn't have been an arcane spell. It was definitely something else. You're probably right. This proves that I'm responsible for the murders. What? You just said that you don't have any memories of what happened. Why are you so convinced that you're responsible for this? I told the Inquisition already. I saw Beatrice before I passed out. She's clearly involved in this somehow. There's more to this than you realize, Mr. Cuthbert. For the past few months, the Inquisition and I have been investigating a string of seemingly unrelated murders. During each of those cases, we were able to apprehend the perpetrator without issue, but there was always something off about them during questioning. The murders were always abnormally gruesome or passionate, and each of the perpetrators said the same thing. Always said that they had no choice. No choice? Cases like this have been occurring throughout Ravengard, and very little connects the perpetrators to each other. All except one thing. Each of them acted as if someone had controlled them against their will. They were probably just desperate. Most murderers try to make excuses after they're caught. They could even just be in complete denial. Orm said the same thing, but these cases were far too similar for me to ignore. I wonder if they were telling me the truth. Perhaps each of these murders was committed by an unknown party. I didn't have any concrete evidence, but I knew I was getting closer to something. The purple conspiracy? Is that really what we're calling this? Steven, I don't mean to be rude, but this sounds completely insane. You don't even have any physical evidence to prove these murders are connected. There's one piece of evidence, but it's hardly concrete. But it does tie each of these cases together. It's a purple symbol. Several of the people we arrested had an item with this symbol on it. None of them could remember where it came from, or even what it was. But they all somehow knew it was called the purple mark. But there has to be an explanation for this. It could just be some esoteric superstition that we don't know about. If that's true, then ask yourself one thing. Why do I have it? Where did I get this parchment from? You don't mean I found it in my pocket after I was properly confined. Whoever I've been chasing it must have left it there to taunt me. For all I know, they could have controlled my body and forced me to draw the symbol myself. Either way, this all proves the massacre at the cathedral was related to it. Which is why she's saying it's her fault, because she's like, if I didn't try and investigate these things, this wouldn't have happened. I don't want to dismiss what you said, but this definitely won't hold up in court, nor should it. If my mind has been compromised, I can't take the risk of leaving the dungeon. Otherwise, I could end up harming more people. Wait, are you planning to spend the rest of your life in prison? If that is what is necessary to keep everyone safe. But what about Aster? Weren't you two supposed to be married soon? He's the king now, and you can't rule out Rivengard alongside him for holding so. You're correct, but he's always been a remarkable person. He should have no problem finding another suitress. Oh yeah. No. What? You're not going to sacrifice everything for someone else's actions. Mr. Cuthbert, I am not going to risk more lives. If I were to hurt His Majesty, I would never be able to forgive myself. Please don't ask that of me. An argument? What we got now? Wait, no, we do have a thing on her. Don't we already have a fucking psychological profile on her? Yep. Steven, are you seriously just going to throw your life away? If it were necessary, I would give my life for this kingdom. If someone controlled my actions today, they can and will do so again. As long as that possibility exists, I can't trust myself. Uh-oh. Oh, it's true. Damn. That's assuming this person can continue to do so. You said so yourself. You haven't found any evidence to prove your theory. We don't know how this mind control works, and we don't have enough information. We can't just drop this without finding out what really happened. I suppose you're right, but I doubt there is any goal to this. I've been investigating these murders for months, and I've never been able to find any personal clues as to who the perp is. And there's no way to connect them to this. Whoever did this was a sadistic individual who wanted to cause as much suffering as possible. That's not true, Steelwind. Whoever did this had a very specific target in mind. Both Prince Alaric and High Speaker saw you when the murders were being committed. Not to mention they set a trap for Aster. What? Let's assume that someone was controlling you. They wouldn't have left Alaric, Arceus, or Aster alive. Hey, all three A's. If they were trying to kill as many people as possible. Of course, you have a point there. But even so, that hardly narrows things down. If someone was controlling me, they wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. Perhaps you're right, the perpetrator only wanted to murder 3 victims. There's plenty of people who might want to see those dead-free dead. Ooh. Yeah, but they're all there at that same time. Um. Where's the evidence of him becoming the king of the meeting? But didn't need to enter the cathedral to get the murders. Ooh. This didn't want it. They wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. Commit the murders. I don't. What's the phrasing of this is fucking weird to me. But didn't need to enter the cathedral to commit the murders, is what she's saying. But I'm saying that they must have. You saying that you must have to. They needed to enter the cathedral to do the murders, because they need to put this on you. No, this. What? They wanted to frame you. Does that mean that they needed to enter the cathedral when they knew we... Which of the foods were you guys were all there for? What? Oh boy. The marriage meeting? I'm not going to debate this anymore, Mr. Cuthbert. This is my decision to risk anyone's life and saving myself. Please, just leave me alone. Uh-oh. Okay, we start again. If we start again, what does our health start at? Oh, we start from the beginning? Okay. Someone's controlling me. They wouldn't need to enter the cathedral to use me. You're right, the perpetrator only wanted to murder the victims. This point, we might want to see those three dead. The range. It's the range. What is something here that has a range? Oh, 30 feet. That's one thing you're overlooking. Before the murder started, someone trapped Ashley within a force cage using Clipper contingency. That's a hard thing to look for. They didn't harm him, it was probably just a distraction. Even so, this gives us two important clues. The first is that whoever did this is capable of casting those two spells. This means that the perpetrator was a mage. That's true. The second clue is the most important one. Whoever set that trap for Ashley, they did so within 24 hours of it triggering. This means that the perpetrator must have been someone who attended the funeral, as it was one of them. Oh, was it the range, or was it... I didn't even see that part. Duration 1 hour. I was looking more at the range, but yeah, that works too. That narrows down our list of suspects substantially. There's a chance we can identify who did this. If they really did control your actions, we can find a way to prevent them from doing so again. Steven, we need to fight this. I can't. What? Why not? If we pursue an individual like this, they might retaliate even more than we've already have. Well, they're gonna anyway. They want to remove me from my position. How will they react if I try to resist? This might hurt. They might hurt even more people to send a message. It's far too dangerous. Whoever this had a goal far bigger than you, and you have no guarantee that they'll stop here. 3 nobles died today, and 2 of them were near the top of the political hierarchy. What if they decide to go after more victims? Who will they target next? Your father? The king? We need to catch them before they can do more harm. I know you're frightened about what might happen to the people who are close to you, but we can't let someone that dangerous get away with this. When you put it that way, I suppose I have no other choice, do I? Yay, hey, first try! Definitely first try! Didn't lose before, obviously, first try. Never realized it before, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You really have a bad habit of butting your nose into other people's business, don't you? Yeah, I suppose I do. But you're right. We can't let this go. I'll find a way to dispute this, somehow. Thank you, Mr. Cuthbert. I think we've known each other long enough. You don't need to be so formal. Perhaps I misjudged you. I know I agreed to fight this, but what is it? You're the most qualified attorney in the nobility. You'll definitely be able to make a case for yourself. As you probably know, House Sybil controls the legislative and judicial branches of our kingdom, and they've nominated my father as a prosecutor for my trial. What? No one believes my theory of mind control. Everyone believes that I overspent my magic and gave myself mage blade. The man's gonna prosecute his own daughter? And that's okay? What type of kangaroo court is this? As a result, they blame House Steven for Caroline Sybil's death. Now, the only way for him to redeem House Steven is to convict me and sentence me to death. But he's your father. Yeah, there's no way he would... This isn't the first time something like this has ever happened. When I was a child, my mother accidentally overused her magic and induced mage blight within herself. In a resulting psychotic episode, she massacred an entire village of commoners. What the fuck? No. House Steven almost lost everything after that. To redeem himself, my father personally oversaw my mother's trial and her execution. That's... Father values his duty to wife and guard over everything else. Nothing matters more to him than that, not even his family. Bullshit, we know that. I want to have confidence in myself, but I don't know if I can face him like this. Mr. Cuthbert, what is your stake in all of this? What? You hate the nobility, don't you? So why are you so intent on helping Miss Steelwind? Because she's innocent. I know she is. She would never be irresponsible enough to give herself mage blight. Mr. Cuthbert, it doesn't matter if she's a noble or commoner. She's being oppressed by the system and she deserves a fair trial. Well said. What? I, Remus Virgile, hereby grant you the privilege to serve as Miss Steelwind's counsel. Wait, really? I'll be acting as a judge and arbiter of Miss Steelwind's trial. It is within my right to grant such permissions. Thank you. Why would you... think I made a mistake? No, of course not. I'll serve as Steelwind's attorney. If she will have me. Of course. There's no one I would trust more with this. Please, you've done a lot for me already. You don't have to be so formal. Please call me by first name. You Uno reverse me. Celeste is already taken to doing that. But since you'll be defending me, you'll probably need this. Not looking good. But you don't have force cage. Let's fucking go. Polymorph. Oh, no, that was her. Oh, she polymorphed to Outlyric. Okay. And then hold creature. So dual magics on him. Okay, so that's 2. Okay, now we know what happened to Alaric. Okay, so that leaves Shape Liquid. So she could be Pierce's killer. Detect magic, no. Mend wounds, no. Firebolt, yes. She's got one of the few fire spells. We can't kill someone, could it? Wait, we can. Yeah, 100% hold creature. She probably did. She probably didn't do hold creature. She probably only did polymorph. And then that explains why they couldn't find Alaric because she transformed him into an animal. Okay, so that's not invisibility then. Interesting. Dispel magic does not undo the effects of the spell. For example, dispelling a shape of liquid on infected liquid will only prevent the caster from further manipulating the liquid. It will not unfreeze the liquid or change its spell shape back to normal. That's different. The fact that it's creating the effect immediately ends only affects ends the spell's effects. Oh, okay. That's a very interesting determined. That's not how dispel magic works in D&D, right? I don't think so. No, it doesn't. It's no. When you use dispel magic in D&D, it stops. Like if any effect was on it, it's done. I think. Have we been playing it differently? Oh. Then it's settled. We will hold the trial at my home, the city of Landon. Landon? I've never heard of that place. Speak with Lucio. He knows the location well. Lily has a bad habit of just walking away from conversations. I guess we should consider ourselves lucky. Even if it's unorthodox, the situation will let us approach this like any other trial. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tyrion, we're definitely lost. I don't understand. This should be the place. Map even has a giant tree north of here. This can't be the city of Ladin that Virgile mentioned. Doesn't look like anyone's lived here in centuries. Although its Steelwind's directions were pretty straightforward, so why are we... Wait a minute. Did he give us the wrong location on purpose? Please, what kind of dishonorable cretin do you take me for? Lord Steelwind! What are you two standing around here for? The trial will be starting shortly. Wait, this is where we'll be hosting the trial? Yes, the Archduke has always been sentimental about this place. And I doubt a normal courtroom will have enough space. What? I really don't know what possessed him to trust you. It's a miracle he's even taking part in this at all. But nevertheless, let's not keep him waiting. What do you mean by space? Alright, I guess we're doing this. What do you mean by space? Oh, that's interesting. That's... Okay. Thank you all for coming here today. I appreciate your cooperation with our investigation. Why have you brought us here? This place is filthy. It's crawling with insects and vermin. My apologies, but what happens here today must be kept under wraps for now. I had to choose a location that was away from modern civilization. But nevertheless, I welcome you all to my home. Wait, you live here? I do. Your Grace, I know you wouldn't bring us here unless you were completely certain. But I want to ask you one last time, is this truly what you wish to do? There will be no going back after this. What? I've made many mistakes in my lifetime. I gave Wyvern Guard the means to protect themselves, but all it did was warp them into something monstrous. I grew bitter seeing what I created, so I isolated myself from my people. Is he a Luminite? I thought my best course of action would be to stay in seclusion and leave Wyvern Guard to fend for themselves. I see now what a fool I was. I abandoned my kin to survive in an unjust world. Now foreign powers have ingrained themselves in my kingdom. Oh, he's not an Illuminite. Okay, he's the opposite of Illuminite. All because of my negligence. Well, no more. It's time that the people of Wyvern Guard and the enemies remember who watches over them. Wait a fucking second. He's got scales! He ain't no fucking way! Is he a Thalian? There's no going back. Oh. How did I not see the scale? How did I not click with the scales? I saw those and I was just like, oh, it's just a decorative thing. God fucking damn it. Ah, you got me. It's a dragon. Oh boy. Enough. This may not be court, but I will have order. You're an ancient dragon. No, you are the last ancient dragon. That is correct, Heavensborn. I'm the Lord of all lords. And he is Mathalion! You all stand before Mathalion, the scaled lord. This went from a 9 to a 10 in this case. You miss Virgile as an alias I assume when I walk amongst your kind. But make no mistake, even in my human form, I have always had the strength of an ancient dragon. Until now, only the lords of House Steelwind and the kings of Wyvern Guard have known my true identity. Did what's his name? Did fucking Demon Imp, Beatrice's partner, Mathalis or whatever, did he know? But I will hide no longer. My will alone will determine how this trial ends. And if he's Wathalion, that means she's not Wathalion. Because the way at the beginning I was like, oh, she must be the dragon, right? But no, that means she straight up, that confirms 100% that we're dealing with some demon queen right here. Oh, she knows. Oh. So that's why you're acting as the arbiter. You're the only person with the authority to convince any and all of the nobles here. Make no mistake, Mr. Cuthbert. I will remain impartial regardless of what transpires here. I will not interfere in this trial, nor will I try to manipulate its outcome. I will only mediate its proceedings, and pass judgment when necessary. Now then, with the introductions out of the way, shall we proceed? Of course, Your Grace. The prosecution is ready. Wait, how many people did you say that knew? Lords of House Steelwind and the Kings of Wyvern Guard have known my true identity. Did Alaric know? And I'm assuming Alaric and Aria did not know. I'm sure we're all thoroughly aware of why we're gathered here. For the sake of doing this properly, could you please list the charges, Lucio? Of course. The defendant, Arya Steelwind, is charged with several counts of manslaughter. The victims include many knights from the King's Guard who are still unresponsive. And of course, there's Lord Von Santos and Conan Sybil, the heads of House Von Santos and House Sybil respectively. What is this farce? This trial has been over before it began. Lady Steele clearly overestimated herself. Even a child knows to be very wary of mage play. No, don't you see? This is the Bahamut's judgment. The divine powers that be clearly think she's unfit to rule as a king's side. Might I remind the court of my own testimony? I witnessed Beatrice Frege enter the prayer room before I lost consciousness. Isn't it suspicious that this occurred within 15 minutes prior to... Well, I said prior, it's before, but I said prior. Prior to Pierce's death? If I recall correctly, you only caught a glimpse of her. You don't know if it was someone else disguised in an illusion. You didn't even speak to her. That's all the more reason to call her to the stand to explain herself. She has already testified that she has no memories of what transpired during the massacre. There is no need to drag this out any longer than necessary, Cuthbert. My client has a right to a fair trial, and Beatrice Frege's involvement clearly implies some sort of foul play. Enough. I find Mr. Cuthbert's request to be reasonable, and I agree that Lady Frege's actions are quite suspect. Very well, let the defense have his battle. I only hope for his sake that his blade strikes true. Why is everything a war metaphor with you? He's like eating food, eating his cereal, and he's like, I go down into battle with my cereal. Into the trenches with the cereal I go. Beatrice. I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Cuthbert. Not for lack of trying on your part. That was... I have no memories of what I did. Oh! Oh! Is Eris around? If I hurt you, I am truly sorry. To be honest, I'm still a little doubtful about your memory loss. But I'm not the only one who experienced it. Arya also has no memories of what happened. And how would you know that? What the fuck was that? She got fucking... It glitched out before I even can read? Word travels around quickly in the dungeons. What? Regardless, if you truly have no memories of what happened, could you testify about what you do remember? Perhaps there's a clue there we haven't discovered yet. Very well. Best testimony of the day. Gary's Way. I was with my sisters and my guide, Eris Illmatter. I was speaking with them in the garden when I suddenly felt ill and lost consciousness. When I woke up, my sisters found me. They said I had gone missing for over an hour. I was confused, but when I later heard what happened, I realized that someone must have taken control of my body. I have no memories of what happened, and from what I understand, the same thing happened to Arya. To make matters worse, there's nothing that indicates who may have controlled our actions. I think she was controlled. I don't think she's lying about her memories. It makes for a better case. I think she wants to be found. She's been missing since the massacre happened. I really hope she's okay. Oh, make no mistake. She's definitely okay. What makes you so sure? Do you remember anything about what happened to her? No, but it's just a feeling. Enough of your speculation. Tell us what happened next, Frege. If they were with you, shouldn't your sisters have noticed this? According to Lafayette and Miriam, the pet dog was running amok in the hallways. They left the witness with Illmatter to chase him down. And when the sisters returned to the garden, both Beatrice and Illmatter were gone. Do you remember anything after that? No. I really want to remember, but I can't. So she does remember something. Okay. But she just can't say it. You have no memories of what happened. No, not at all. Only imagine what I was supposed to do while I was unconscious. Forced? What do you mean by that? So you're also saying that someone else controlled your body? Yes, it's the only explanation for why you saw me in the prayer room. Objection! Absolutely ridiculous. Arcane magic is not capable of mind control. You're spinning a fairy tale to absolve yourself. Think of what you will, but please believe me when I say... Okay. Your statement does match up with what happened to my client, but you clearly already knew what happened to her. You could just be using that knowledge to fabricate an alibi. I suppose I can't blame you for thinking that after what you saw. Mr. Cuthbert, I know it doesn't mean much coming from me, but I am telling the truth. That remains to be seen. Why don't we just ask Marina? Why would you ever bring that up? Well, if you had evidence that someone else was controlling us, it would exonerate both me and Arya. Think, Mr. Cuthbert, isn't it? That would be the best case scenario, wouldn't it? What? It's nothing. Oh, she can't say anything about her. So she probably knows about Eris, but can't say something because of the damn contract that she's in. And so Eris is, maybe it's not even Eris like actually here, you know, manipulating her memories. It could also just be like the contract like, anytime she tries to say something, just cuts her off.
Objection!
Beatrice, you said there's no indication of who orchestrated this, but there is one piece of evidence that does just that, albeit loosely. And what would that be? This symbol. Maranath, what are you doing? What's wrong? He's using his powers to suppress a connection. Magic? I can't actually see what you're trying to show me. Maranath, can you stop being petty and just let her see it? I don't take orders from you, Heavensborn. I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert, what is on that parchment? You see, Beatrice, Arya has been investigating a string of murders throughout Wyvengard. These murders appear to be unrelated, despite how gruesome they are, but they all share one thing in common. This symbol was found at each and every crime scene.
Objection!
Don't tell me my daughter has roped you into a little conspiracy theory. Your mind control defense might be laughable if it went downright insulting. Lord Steelwind, during the gap in Arya's memory, someone placed this mark in her pocket. It was clearly some sort of taunt from whoever orchestrated this. Nonsense, she clearly drew that symbol herself during her psychotic episode. I've had to listen to her go on and on about her insane theory. She was obsessed with it. Mr. Cuthbert, aren't you curious about what just happened? What are you talking about? Think about it. What? My apologies, I don't know why I said that. Ugh. Is everything okay, Beatrice? Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Anyways, it looks like you'll be figure out the rest on your own. Figure out the rest on my own. What did you mean by that? There's nothing to figure out. Your Grace, these two are making a mockery of us by spouting these insane theories. Defense clearly has no case. End this at once. Considering what I know, I'd like to indulge this theory. What? What event was Beatrice referring to? It's the fact that Maranath hid the purple mark from Beatrice. Yep. Yep. Why would Maranath interfere? It's how he belongs to the Empress of Discord. Ooh. Lost control of the actions. What contract? Yeah. A soul, her mind, and her life would be. Lost. Oh yeah. Sorry. What? Oh yeah. Created. Oh yeah. How would she sign a blood contract? Why would she ever sign a blood contract? Who would she have signed it with? Is it the Empress of Discord or Maranath? Yeah. You've been awfully quiet for a while, Mr. Cuthbert. What are you thinking about? It's probably imagining new ways to futilely stall for time. I think I finally figured out why the witness and defendant can't remember anything. But it also explained why they didn't have control of their actions. Again with this? If you're convinced my daughter's conspiracy, why don't you prove it? I knew it. Even you don't believe in the nonsense you're spouting. Let me fucking finish! Lord Steelwind, I want to be wrong about this. If I'm right, the implications don't bode well for anyone involved. So instead of telling you, I think it would be better to show you. Impressive Discord, whoever you may hide. Damn it! I knew you could do it. By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contact with Arya Steelwind. Gotcha! For the intentions of this contract, the person who hands the contract to Arya Steelwind will be referred to as the patron. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the person, the patron. This contract will bind Arya Steelwind to the patron so long as they both live. How did she fucking sign for this? How did she get her to sign for this? No. This can't be true. This is... Enough. Stop prowling amongst yourself. No, this is a sham. This wretch has clearly created a convincing fabrication. It's genuine, Lucio. It's impossible to falsify something like this. You can't deny the truth anymore, Lord Steelwind. There is a way to control someone else's actions. Arya Steelwind wasn't affected by Maid's Blight. He was controlled against her will. With this evidence, there's no doubt that Arya did sign a blood contract, but it still doesn't make sense. I agree. Even if Arya was the type of person to sign a contract with a demon, there isn't a single part of this contract that benefits her. No fucking way. There's a large empty space above the terms of your daughter's contract. When I issue Divine Edict, it creates a copy of the blood contract that I call for. Then I think she was given this contract probably looked like something entirely different. Something else was written in this empty space to make it look like a normal legal document. Oh my god! It was the marriage document! No fucking way! I was wondering, there's no way, they have to bring in the fucking priest, right? And the wards and everything. There's no way they'll give us that if it's not important. Which means that my client was not in control of her actions that day.
Objection!
Enough of this, all of you. Do you see now, Lord Steelwind? Ari was not responsible for what happened. That remains to be proven. What are you talking about? He has a blood contract that relinquishes control of her free will. Not having control and not being responsible are two very different things, Cuthbert. What? I'll admit the defendant may not have had control of her actions when she murdered the victims. However, she did have full control of herself when she signed this contract. Yeah. Are you serious? No one in their right mind would willingly sign a contract like this. And what of Beatrice Frege? Was she in her right mind when she made a contract with the demon Maranath? Yes, she was! If we can't hold the defendant responsible, surely we could also acquit Lady Frege for the murder of her father? I have no problem with that. That's probably the same thing. I, for one, fail to see the difference. A fool made a deal with a demon, and as a result, several esteemed members of the nobility were killed. No, because specifically, all we agreed is that the only reason that Frege is actually even put in prison is because specifically in the contract does it mention the fact that she gave Maranath the permission to kill her father, thus making her assisting him in the death, right? And whatever that rule, that stupid Slayer rule that you have, right? If you're gonna make the argument that the Slayer War was used in this, I feel like that has less of a use, has less of a good hold on this case than it does the previous case. Bullshit. But he's still gonna argue that. He's gonna be like, the Slayer Rule! You know? Because she signed the contract, she signed away whatever happens to her body and mind after she does so, so thus she must be responsible for whatever happens. And I'm gonna be like, that's bullshit. She's your daughter, Lucio. How does that change anything? Honestly, this only places more responsibility on her for what happened. Could have accepted if she had been reckless and accidentally induced Mage Blight. But to sign a contract with a demon? That only further espouses the need to put her down. She was clearly tricked, Lucio. Is that so? As a fellow attorney, would you really sign a contract without carefully inspecting it? Yeah, he gotta be there. I'm telling you, it was a marriage document. Whether it was through foolishness, negligence, or both, the defendant will willingly sign a blood contract. She compromised herself, and as a result, 3 nobles died. The responsibility falls squarely on her. The patron. Lucio, there's clearly someone else to blame for Arya's actions that day. Oh, and who would that be? I'd like to reread my client's blood contract to the court. By signing this contract, Arya Steelwind surrenders her mind, body, and soul to the patron. That can only mean one thing. Whoever this patron is, they took control of my client and used her to murder the victims. That's right. They could still be out there. None of us are safe until this patron is apprehended. Surely we can't end this trial without every member of the Wyvern Guard's nobility is in danger. Well played. I'm compelled to agree with Mr. Cuthbert. Tricky or not, it's clear someone was ill intent on the nobles. And we have to give a shit about the nobles. Give a shit about the 1%. And until we know who this patron is, you can't pass judgment on my client. Not until we know the circumstances that she signed the blood contract under. And what would you have us do, Cuthbert? The contract has no stipulations about proximity or how this mind control works. For all we know, this patron could have murdered the victims all while sitting in their very home. There was a clear intent behind this attack. Even if the patron didn't directly participate in the murders, they definitely had a motive. If Arya was being controlled, then we can analyze her behavior to determine who was controlling her. I see. That does sound like as good a plan as any. At the very least, we can't allow this patron to escape justice. Despite the questions raised, we clearly made some headway. I believe we should take a brief recess to process these revelations. Very well. Whew. Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. Don't be. I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. But there's still hope. If we can find out who did this to you, we can still save you. Do you remember if you signed anything recently? No, I don't. Damn it. The patron must have wiped your memories to cover the tracks. I still don't understand. And if I don't remember signing that contract, I don't think I would be that careless. Right, as much as I hate to admit it, Lucio was right. You're an attorney like me, and we always carefully look over contracts before we sign them. Which raises the question of how the patron got your signature. I don't know. Damn it, we don't even know what circumstances you were under when you signed that contract. For all we know, the patron could have used any number of tactics to coerce you into doing this. I'm telling you, it was like a marriage certificate or some shit. She wouldn't give that shit a fucking... She wouldn't give a damn. She's in love with the king, so she would have been like, oh yeah, sure, I'll sign anyway. But... my one thing is... if it's a marriage certificate, she's still in hot water. She's still gonna get fucked over. We can't... She would still be guilty of doing everything by under what her father says, because it would be her negligence for not reading the marriage certificate. But on the flip side, if we say that this is supposed to be something from the king, right? It's a marriage certificate from the quote unquote, they're supposed to be serving for the king. You can make the argument that as someone who's supposed to serve the king, it's not her negligence for her not reading the fine print. We can use their chain of hierarchy against them by saying that. But I feel like also it doesn't, I don't know. The more I think about it, the less it makes sense. But once again, this is one of those games that I can think of a theory, be like, it doesn't make sense. And then later on I can be like, oh, actually, it's the truth. Oh, yeah. What are you doing here, father? I can't believe him. How does he have nothing to say? We should also head back, Celeste. Right. Court is now resumed. Shall we pick up where we carried off? How would you like to proceed? I think we should review what we do know about the murders. We do have a plethora of witnesses to work with. Oh, we do. That's correct, so let's start from the beginning. It all began at noon yesterday morning. I was at my house at Athelholm with Arya and my bodyguard, Celeste. I was speaking with them when a courier suddenly delivered a letter to my home. It was from Garrick Pierce. He wanted to meet with me and Celeste at the Grand Cathedral of the Scale Lord at 2 p.m. To make sure we were on time, we arrived at the Grand Cathedral at 1 p.m. At the time, we didn't know that the cathedral was closed to the public, but the knights guarding the cathedral allowed us through anyways. Apparently, they were expecting us. That should not have been possible. Due to the solemnity of the situation, we were very particular about who was permitted to enter the cathedral. It's possible someone pulled some strings to let us through. Or you two entered the cathedral illegally. Well, I'm sure the knight from the Kingsguard can vouch for us. I know about every order given to the Kingsguard, and none of them were told to let you two through. It's possible the night we met fell comatose like the others. As long as they're unresponsive, we'll never know. Perhaps we should continue. Anyways, we arrived at the church and spent the next hour sightseeing before we went to meet with Pierce. In that time, we met with Remus, Lucio, Arya, Asta, and Alaric. Throughout the time, Arya and Asta left together. Oh, we also met Beatrice, and her sisters. Arya and Asta left left together to meet with the High Speaker in his quarters. Okay, oh, I see what we're doing. Sightseeing in that area, and then we move to the location. While exploring the cathedral, we spoke with Von Santos and Sybil, having a very good conversation. Success. Then we spoke with the three Frege sisters and Eris Ilmatter. Eris Ilmatter? She's a friend of Beatrice Frege. The King's Guard wouldn't let her bring her familiar into the cathedral, so she brought Eris to guide her instead. Anyways, we left the Guardian at around 1:45 p.m. to meet with Pierce in the prayer room. Around that same time, Arya left a meeting with the High Speaker and felt nauseous. The last thing she remembers is looking at Lake Galacrond. A likely story. Regardless, at 2 p.m., Aster went to pay respects to his father's body. Unbeknownst to him, a mage had placed a glyph of contingency in front of his father's coffin. It was set to trap him within a force cage. What a despicable act. Considering what followed, the attack on his badge team must have been a diversion. Right. It's also at this time that both Beatrice and Eris went missing. Considering the timing of it all, someone must have taken control of Beatrice's body after the trap on Aster was sprung. And are you saying this patron controlled her as well? No, I don't think so. According to our contract, her mind belongs to the Empress of Discord, not the patron. Furthermore, interesting? Furthermore, Arya's blood contract was created by the Empress. It's clear that the patron and the Empress were in league with each other. You saying that they're two separate people? Wonderful, another demon we have to worry about. Anyways, the patron and the Empress had all the pieces they needed. That's when they began the massacre. The patron took control of Arya's body, then they used her to murder Von Santos at 2:05 p.m. Presumably, Arya started a fire in the common room around this time. Since Von Santos' body was found there, this must have been after she murdered him. Shortly after, Prince Alaric stopped smoke from the fire and asked Arya what was going on. Arya responded by using an unknown transmutation spell to incapacitate him. Polymorph! To think that, they would use her to attack the prince as well. Luckily, the effects of that spell were only temporary, and Alaric came out unharmed. One hour. After this, the patron used Arya to murder Sybil at 2:15 p.m. He brought Sybil's body to the westward balcony where she dumped it into the Lake Galacrond. High Speaker Arceus witnessed this, but he wasn't aware of what she'd thrown off at the balcony until much later. The High Speaker thought this encounter was strange, but he continued with his business. He headed to the prayer room, but he was turned away by the knight standing guard there. Meanwhile, Celeste and I were talking to Lord Pierce. When he showed up for the meeting earlier, he was clearly expecting someone else to show up. We tried to get to the bottom of what was happening, but he refused to answer our questions. About 2:20 p.m., we heard a commotion outside. Celeste went to investigate. And that's when Celeste fought Arya. The patron's target was Garrick Pierce, but Celeste was too powerful to neutralize. They fought each other for 15 minutes before Arya was finally able to push past her. During the fight, the Empress sent Beatrice into the prayer room. She probably made Beatrice invisible to move undetected, then used her to cast a sleep spell on Pierce and me to knock us out. I remember checking the time close to when this happened. This must have been at 2:30 p.m. If your testimony is correct, Beatrice was actively used in this plan. Yes, and considering how quickly the massacre unfolded, the Empress must have coordinated with the patron. Probably planned on how to use Beatrice and Arya to carry out the murders. Anyways, after Beatrice knocked us out, Arya finally pushed past Celeste and entered the prayer room, and before Celeste could chase after her, she had already murdered Pierce. Arya and I were already unconscious by the time Celeste entered the room. The patron had already achieved the goal of murdering the three nobles, though she probably fell unconscious after they released their control over her. Arya and I regained consciousness shortly after. That's when the Inquisition arrested her for the murders. Whew! That is a lot of shit that happened. That is a lot of shit. And that's not even probably half the truth of what happened. I mean, come on. Lord Pierce was one of the victims. Your meeting clearly had more significance than I'd realized. So tell us, Cuthbert, what was your discussion about? It's fine, you can tell them. Alright, as long as it's okay with you. The past few months, Celeste and I have been investigating who her birth parents are. I recall receiving many complaints about her during the Lord's Ball. Supposedly, Garrick Pierce had the information we were seeking. That letter he had sent us said he wanted to trade this information for his freedom. I assumed this meant he wanted me to be his attorney. Do you honestly expect us to believe that? Why would he ask for help from the attorney who indicted him in the first place? We thought the same thing, and when we arrived for the meeting, it was clear I wasn't the intended recipient. This means that Pierce sent the letter to someone else. You better not be lying to us, Cuthbert. Frankly, I don't much care if you believe me. Regardless, if we examine every action Arya took, we can build a psychological profile of the patron. I will give you that. To begin, the defense would like to call the Inquisition commander to the stand. This testimony might shed some light on how Von Santos and Sybil died. Despite all these witness accounts, we still only know how Pierce was murdered. Yes, he was impaled using a blade magically frozen from his own blood. Anyways, we need to find out exactly how Arya murdered Von Santos and Sybil. The massacre was swift and efficient. It must have required a lot of forethought and coordination. If we figured out who might have had this knowledge, we might be able to find out who did this. See, that sounds as good as a plan as any. Kingsguard, escort Commander Orm right to the witness stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Right. Commander? I'm sorry, I just can't do this. How am I supposed to act like this is normal? A giant lizard is standing right behind me. Calling me a lizard is highly offensive, Commander. Well, time to make my foot longer. Sorry, your scale lordship, sir. Commander, just trying your best to testify about what happened. Yeah. We're gonna need a ukulele after this. It all started when we received a report from the Kingsguard. The prosecutor attacked Prince Alaric and a fire had broken out in the common room. We weren't sure what the deal with Tyrion was, so we went to the common room to put out the fire. But when we got there, we noticed a bunch of unconscious knights in front of the prayer room. We went to the prayer room. That's when we found Tyrion and Cuthbert unconscious next to Pierce's dead body. We later found the bodies of Von Santos and Sybil too. That's when we realized that she offed all three of them. So you still have no idea how Tyrion was used to murder Von Santos or Sybil? Not a clue. It's especially worse for Von Santos. That fire burned a lot of physical evidence off his body. What about Sybil? Was there any physical evidence on her body? No idea about that either. She didn't have any wounds either. All we know is that she died of suffocation. How did she die? Him, I have a sense. But his seems more cut and dry, but Sybil's is... Sybil's is interesting. Alrighty. And this mainly based on Prince Alaric's testimony, am I correct? Yeah, we still have no idea which transmutation spell she hit him with. Judging from the time of the report, this must have been well after the three of the murders occurred. Yeah, it was unfortunate how that played out. If Tyrion really was controlled, whoever controlled her knew how to get the job done quickly. Was that wise? Regardless of who it was, someone assaulted the Prince of Rivengard. We were already dealing with a king who was trapped in the force cage. Honestly, a lot happened in that hour. No kidding. And most of our attention was focused on keeping the royal family safe. We can already conclude that the attack on the king was a distraction. Whoever orchestrated this must have known we'd focus our attention on keeping the royal family safe. What did you do when you arrived at the common room, Commander? Did you see Arya or Celeste? No, we only saw the aftermath of their fight. There were marks and craters everywhere in that hallway. Pierce's time of death was 2:45 p.m. The knights didn't arrive at the common room until 3:10 p.m. They didn't arrive at the prayer room until well after the battle had taken place. Wait, wouldn't that mean you were in that room with Pierce's body for 25 minutes? Why didn't you look for help? You weren't waking up for some reason. I kept channeling my healing magic into you. Looking back, I probably should have just looked for help. But even if Arya was unconscious, I didn't want to leave you alone in that room with her. Right, sorry. Judging from the timing, this would have been several minutes after he'd already died. Yeah, and we had no idea what was going on. Pierce was already dead, and you and Steven were unresponsive. I can see why I'd be unresponsive. I was hit with a spell specifically designed to make people sleep. Why would RA be unresponsive too? We have no idea. We've never even heard of demonic possession until today. For all we know, it could have all been a side effect of being controlled for over an hour. Let's go down the list. Could you elaborate more on Von Santos' murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died? Like I said, it's tricky with Von Santos because the fire partially burned his body. Our divination magic could only tell us that he died of suffocation. I see, so no other physical evidence. Well, there is one thing. From his burn marks, we do know that he was hit with a firebolt before he died. We're guessing she wanted to weaken him before she dealt the final blow. So we took a direct hit from her before he died. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. And she knows Firebolt. Like, she definitely knows Firebolt, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's... Okay. Okay. He must have been in immense pain from that attack. Okay, I should go back to... Okay, I see it. Okay, so press this to get another one. And due to lack of physical evidence, you're not sure what she used. I said this and Sybil both died via suffocation. We'll probably assume that Patron used the same method to murder both of them. Well, you know what they say about assuming. Don't be cute, a Cuthbert. It's not like he could help it. What? 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 This is not the time! Not the time to be lovey-dovey. Nuh-uh. Let's not focus on Von Santos. Could you elaborate more on Sybil's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how she died? Using our divination magic, we know she died of suffocation, but we're not exactly sure how. Unlike Von Santos, Sybil's body wasn't burned. Shouldn't there have been wounds around her neck if she was suffocated? Well, we found traces of necromancy on Sybil. We think Steven cast many wounds on her body after she offed her. This would have removed any wounds on the body. She knows that too. Okay. It's likely what happened with Catherine Bellwether. Yeah, the only wounds she has are from the impact of falling into Lake Galacrond. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. Don't we have that thing from... How did you know her body was there anyways? When the body started dropping, we noticed that she was nowhere to be found. One of those Kingsguard cast locate creature and realized she was somewhere in the lake. It took us an hour before we finally fished her out. Based on the High Speaker's testimony, she was dead long before that. Since someone cast many wounds on the body, we still don't know how. Yeah, it's gonna be a real headache figuring that out. Could you elaborate more on Pierce's murder? Was there any evidence that implied how he died? Well, that one is simple. McCoy chased Deal into the prayer room, but didn't arrive fast enough. When she got there, Pierce was already dead. He was killed using a blade magically formed from his own blood. But why would she do something like that? When he murdered Flint McCoy, he only used staple liquid to avoid leaving behind any evidence. I doubt the patron would make Steven do the same thing. The intent was to pin the crime on her. We think she knew McCoy was on her tail. She didn't have enough time to suffocate him as she did with Von Santos and Sybil. She didn't have any weapons on her. She must have had to improvise. But she has other spells that could have done the job. She could have hit him with a steel wind strike. I know from experience that she is terrible at controlling that spell. It's possible she didn't want to end Lisa. That's a powerful spell in a closed room. Anyways, the other two murders were really well planned. Mrs. Murder was the only one that required improvisation. It's possible the patron severely underestimated McCoy's combat capabilities. She fought my daughter for almost half an hour. Meanwhile, the other two murders occurred within quick succession of one another. Yeah, I see what you mean. Anyways, please add this to your testimony, Commander White. Sure, whatever you say, kid. And she knows shape liquid, right? What were the other things? Mend wounds and what else? Firebolt? And then what was the other one? Mend wounds, right? So mend wounds would have had to be used on her. Okay. So Sybil's death is not good enough to go after. Firebolt doesn't make sense to pursue because it's instant. Bolto, precision, no. But you have to see the blood, right? Something's not right about this. So, because she... Just strangely similar to how she murdered McCoy, what appears was one of the targets of the patron. It's likely they knew about what happened during McCoy's trials and drew inspiration from that. Still, though, it seems awfully creative for something they came up with at the moment. Well, don't the legends say that demons engage in contrapasso? Oh, wait, we got the word of the day! Suffer the opposite. What the fuck? Well, this is like a biblical shit, huh? It's mentioned in Dante's Inferno. It's the punishment of souls by a process either resembling or contrasting within the sin itself. Oh, okay. I see what it means. So, like, if it's like someone was put into like the circle of gluttony for some reason, then they would be starved or something, or it would be like they'd be fed so much, but they want to stop eating, but they can't stop eating because they're forced to keep eating. You know, it has something to do with it. Say what now? Some people believe that when souls are sent to hell, they're past punished in a way that relates to their sins. In Pierce's case, he committed murder with a frozen blade. It's possible this Empress wanted the patron to murder him in the same way. So it must be something about Von Santos and Sybil. Okay. Seems like the patron was allowed to make McCoy live, draw out a fight, bunch of plans, strange though. With a shoulder, whatever, no time left for combat. This is McCoy's powers firsthand. As much as I hate to admit it, McCoy could have easily overcome her in an even fight. It was her magic that was the problem. I have no idea what kind of spells she could throw at me, so I had to be careful. And despite everything, I really didn't want to hurt her. That kindness could be the death of you, McCoy. want to go back. Hold on. Okay, let's go back to Sybil. Sybil's is the one that gets me the most. Wait, what? Looks like someone close to that balcony. Hold up.
Objection!
Nope. Okay. You doing something? We're talking about the fact that you chose something darker.
Objection!
Okay, so no, that was the one I thought. Okay, never mind. (2:18 p.m.) What were the times that we had? 2:30 is when Pierce was killed, basically. 2:45 for 15 minutes. 2:13, 2:05. Wait a second. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I thought about this before, but I'm not sure if I want to go with this. The firebolt says as a spell, and that's why I'm confused about whether this is going to work. The firebolt says that it burns up the object ablaze if it's flammable. But only one part of the body was supposed to hit, despite the fact that the autopsy shows the fact that, you know, there's a small burn mark was found on it. Yeah.
Objection!
Nope, okay. Okay, so I'll try the firebolt.
Objection!
Okay, then no. Okay. Oh, yeah, he didn't defend himself. Oh, I'm so fucking stupid. What's his damn compendium?
Objection!
That's strange. What is it now? Commander White, you said that Steel went attacked Von Santos with a firebolt before she suffocated him. Yeah, she probably wanted to injure him so he'd be easier to subdue. But that's what I find strange. Von Santos knew he was under attack. So wouldn't he cast Force Gauge to repel her? I guess that's true. Von Santos was hardly a warrior, Cuthbert. Force Gauge is an extremely useful spell, but it has to be aimed. He was hit with a firebolt. He must have been in immense pain. And I'd be able to think clearly under those circumstances. I normally agree with you, but the crime scene tells another story. What do you mean, Mr. Cuthbert? When we investigated the crime scene, we found traces of abjuration magic that formed a perfect square around the body. I'm sure if we measured the dimensions of the square, it would be 10 foot by 10 foot, which is the same length and width as the cube created by Force Cage. Like you said, he was in no shape to aim it, so he cast Force Cage on himself to create a makeshift barrier.
Objection!
Nonsense. If Von Sanctus had cast Force Gauge on himself, he would have been protected from further harm. The defendant would have been able to suffocate himself after that. Perhaps there's some way to bypass Force Gauge. And once again, your ignorance of the arcane arts is made apparent. Force Gauge is one of the most powerful abjuration spells in existence. It can't be dispelled, and no one can teleport into or out of it. Right, Asher was also trapped in the Force Cage, and he had to wait for an hour duration to elapse. So how did Steelwind suffocate him? Wait, if Force Cage is a perfectly closed space, and it's possible that he ran out of air? That would be a glaring weakness. Von Sanctus obviously designed that spell to allow oxygen through the barrier, and before you ask, poisonous gases can't be pushed through the area either. Only oxygen can travel through it. Right, and even if they had used poisonous gas, the Obscure Port wouldn't have said he was suffocated. He was on fire. The fire went in there. No fucking way. I had a theory at one point that the fire had caused... But that doesn't explain the explosion, though. That makes no sense. Because my thought process was going to be that... I thought it was originally that what would have happened is that if he caused a Force Cage, but the fire was already on him, and he just burned inside the first cage, and then suffocated. But then my thought process was that doesn't make any sense, because that would explain why the whole entire room is on burnt to a crisp. You know, the fire would have been contained unless the fire spread after he died, but that makes no sense. But no, it does make sense. Fire just spreads. What am I talking about? No, wait. There we go. Physically harm him. I say it's this. Oh, inside the cage. This is what I think it is. Like the fire just burnt up all the oxygen. But if you cast the... What does the spell magic actually do? Unless a target spell is immune to being dispelled. Could she just cast a spell magic? Oh! Oh, I was thinking too small. I didn't think the macro. Force cage is specifically designed to allow oxygen through its barrier. What if there was no oxygen left in the room? That explains the fire across the whole entire. Oh, no oxygen. Ah, I see. It was a fire in the common room. The patron knew Arik wouldn't harm Von Sanders once he was in that force cage. So she started a fire to eat all the oxygen within the room. I was thinking that she started a fire inside the cage, or the fire that was already inside the cage when he got the firebolt on him was consuming all the oxygen within there. But if they would still be getting oxygen from outside, so that makes no sense. So if you get rid of all the oxygen outside, he suffocates, falls, the force cage goes away, and then he just burns. What should have protected him ended up trapping him. An inability to dispel it ended up sealing his fate. Well, I suppose that explains how the defendant murdered Von Sanctus. With that in mind, a lot of this plan sounds like it was improvised at the moment, just like the murder of Pierce. And not only that, we assume that the patron used the same method to kill both Lord Von Santos and Lady Sybil. I doubt Lady Sybil died under the same circumstances. Correct, there was only one fire. If Sybil was in that force cage, the defendant wouldn't have been able to throw her body into Lake Galacond. This means Sybil must have died by asphyxiations elsewhere. Then it's clear our next course of action to determine how Lady Sybil was murdered. We still don't know where she was murdered. And the only witness who saw her around that time was the High Speaker, which was after the defendant disposed of Sybil's body. Well, the High Speaker's testimony is as good as a start as any. For our next witness, the defense would like to call High Speaker Theon Arceus to the stand. What's wrong? It's nothing. Please carry on. Kingsguard, escort High Speaker Arceus to the witness stand. Witness, you would testify about... Oh, great. Oh, boy. Oh, because he's a fucking religious dude and his fucking God is right in front of him. Oh, boy. Oh, he's probably thinking he's gonna be judged. Oh, great and blessed Scaled Lord. I think you would grace us with your presence. Oh my god. Ah! Give up, Lord Athelion. I spoke out of turn. How many times do I have to tell you people that I'm not a god? Yes, I revere and serve the god of dragons. But I'm not Bahamut's avatar. But you are the Scaled Lord. I'm just a dragon. I'm not even a powerful one. I'm not a deity. This humility. That's exactly what Bahamut's avatar would say. It's like that scene in fucking Dune. Dune 2 where he's just like, I'm not the Messiah. And they're like, that's exactly what the Messiah would say. I swear. Or like the life of Brian, whatever it is. I swear to God. He even swears by the god's name. Lucio, please handle this. Another approach is warranted. High Speaker Arceus, the great and powerful Athalion, calls upon you today. You require my blood? Of course, I would gladly give my life for the Scaled Lord. What? Dude, he is fucking frazzled. Dude has to go against his fucking daughter and actually almost execute her and nothing bothers him, and this is what gets him? Fucking hilarious. Of course, my blood could never be enough. Would you just let me? I will do as you wish, my lord. It might take some time, though. I'll need some time to gather some followers and... Oh my god. We just want your testimony. Just tell us what you saw when Miss Demon was at the westward balcony yesterday. Oh, I see. If that's what you truly wish, my lord. Are we just going to ignore how ready he was to commit mass murder? Be quiet, we just got him to calm down. Best character right here, best character. I'm kidding. I was doing some paperwork in my quarters and I suppose I lost track of time. My alarm went off and I realized it was it was time for my afternoon prayers. I began heading to the prayer room when I spotted Lady Steelwind looking over the westward balcony. I tried to greet her, but she didn't respond to me. That's why I noticed she was pushing something large over the balcony and into Great Lake Galacond. I asked her what she was doing, but again she ignored me and went toward the prayer room. I thought nothing of it and made my way there as well. That's when the guards there turned me away. I went back to my quarters to do my prayers there. Considering the timing of it all, this must have all happened minutes before she began attacking the prayer room. Yes, I consider myself lucky. The scale lord must have graced me with divine luck. Please, just stop. I imagine he talks like fucking Shenron in like Tia Vasa Bridge, where he's just like, "Oh, you guys fucking kidding me right now?" Pressing time! An alarm? It's a rudimentary artificial device agent to remind me to conduct daily prayers. I see, and you have it set to go off at a specific time? Yes, it's set to go off at 2:10 p.m. It's 5 minutes before my afternoon prayers. Okay. What was her expression like? It was very cold and emotionless. The patron must have had control of her when this happened. Yes, that certainly makes the most sense. Right. What time did this happen? It was shortly after my alarm went off. It would definitely be before 2:15 p.m. Wait.
Objection!
What? Wait, what? Is something wrong? There is, but I'm not really sure what it means. Stop staring and say what you want to say. As speaker, you said that you saw Arya dumping something over the edge of the balcony. There was no need to be vague, Cuthbert. It's clear from the evidence that he saw my daughter dumping Lady Sybil's body. That's the thing, Lord Steelman. It couldn't have been Sybil's body. What are you talking about? The location from that balcony to where we found Lady Sybil's body lines up perfectly. That may be, but the witnesses said he saw Arya dumping the body before 2:15 p.m. Wait. You see it too, don't you, Lucio? How did Arya dump Coraline Sybil's body into Lake Galacon before 2:15 p.m. if her time of death was 2:18 p.m.? I see, that does seem peculiar. But we know the defendant threw Sybil's body from that balcony. There would have been no other explanation for how it ended up there. Yes, that's also true. Perhaps she was still alive and Arya threw her off that balcony. She could have been knocked unconscious with a sleep spell. The grace, there were no traces of conjuration magic on her body. I was going to say, okay, we'll solve that problem. And even if she was asleep, she wouldn't have survived a fall from that height. The distance from that balcony to the lake is more than 30 stories. And the autopsy report says that the cause of death was suffocation, not blunt force. Right. Yeah, 2:18. That's true. She fired at 2:20. That makes no sense. 2 minutes? She must have died after she hit the water. Mr. Cuthbert, Lucio just said that she would have died upon impact. But that's assuming she didn't do anything to lessen the blow. Oh! She might have had the opportunity to cast a spell to protect herself. That might explain why her body isn't as damaged despite falling from such a great height.
Objection!
Again, that doesn't match with the evidence. Lady Sybil's spell compendium contains the spell Slow Fall. If she had the opportunity to cast a spell, she would have used that spell to slow her descent, and she wouldn't have taken any damage from hitting the lake if she had done that. That's a really good point. But just indulge me for a second. Oh, you fucking idiot. She must have cast Stone Skin on herself. Stone Skin? If If you recall, the high speaker mentioned that something was strange about the object Arya threw over the balcony. It was much darker and didn't match with Sybil's usual garb. It's almost as if there was something else Sybil was wearing. That object was actually Lady Sybil protected by a layer of stone. That still does explain why she would cast that instead of Slowfall. Yep. What? Well, that makes sense. That makes sense too, obviously. Before throwing the lake, yeah. She cast Stone Skin on herself before she was thrown into the lake. Arya must have attacked her, and she cast that spell in response. Okay. That would protect her from the Steel Wind Strike. That doesn't seem quite right. What do you mean? I may not have seen much, but I saw that the object Arya dumped was stiff and motionless. If it had been Lady Sybil, she would have been struggling against her. Wouldn't she? That's a good point, too. The High Speaker saw Arya dumping a motionless Sybil. But if we assume my logic is correct, she would have also been still alive. Oh. Affected by a spell, and that spell was Hold Creature. It was Hold Creature. Sybil must have cast Stone Skin on herself when Arya attacked her. The patron must have known that Arya couldn't physically damage her like that, so they ordered her to restrain Sybil with that spell. And Sybil died by suffocation. That's right, Lucio. When she was restrained, Sybil was still protected by Stone Skin. That would have left only one option for the patron. Sybil suffocated when Arya threw her into the Lake Galacon. Her stone skin lessened the impact of the fall, but also made her drop like a literal rock. Arya's Hold Creature spell prevented her from moving or releasing a spell. She was helpless as she sank to the bottom of the lake. That's fucked up! That's fucked up! I believe that covers all of the murders then. Yes, Lord Von Santa suffocated to death in his own force cage. Lady Sybil drowned after Arya cast Hold Creature on her, and Lord Pierce died after being wounded by a blade created by this shape of liquid. The only common thread I see is that the patron used some of the victims' magics against them. Anyways, whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of each of the spells they used to defend themselves. They knew that Von Santos couldn't dispel his own force cage, and they also knew that he still needed oxygen from within it. And in Sybil's case, they knew Arya couldn't physically harm her once she had Stone Skin active. They also knew that Hold Creature would prevent Sybil from dispelling her own Stone Skin. Not only that, they did all of this in quick time frame. Von Santos and Sybil died within 3 minutes of each other. And if Arya hadn't encountered Celeste, Pierce might have died just as quickly. So whoever did this had an in-depth knowledge of high-level magic. Not only that, they came up with creative ways to bypass the defenses put up by Von Santos and Sybil. Yes, they had the ability to react quickly and decisively, but considering the circumstances, that hardly narrows it down. Several members of the Four Pillar families were present that day, and each and every one of them studied in the Imperial Academy. They would have been knowledgeable in magic and its applications. Excuse me. They knew how to do this. They knew what the four pillar families and the spells. There's another angle to this, concerning who the patron did and didn't target. The victims were Lord Von Xantus, Conan Sybil, and Garrick Pierce, which is a similarity that we can draw between at least two of them. Von Xantus and Sybil were the heads of their respective noble houses. Are you saying that Patron's goal was to assassinate leaders of the Four Pillars? That's the motive that makes the most sense. But that does leave one question. Don't be coy, I'm not daft, Cuthbert. Actually, I highly doubt it was you. Really now. Out of the most of the people here, you could have easily tricked your daughter into signing a blood contract. But why would you need to do that? You are the Grand General of Ravengard's military, and the cathedral was filled with your men. You could have easily equipped one of your best mages to carry out this massacre, and you wouldn't even need to make a deal with a demon to do so. So why wasn't Lucio targeted then? From her encounter with Celeste, it's clear there's a limit to Arya's combat capabilities. The patron might have simply doubted Arya's ability to defeat the Grand General. But there's also another explanation. The patron wanted people to suspect House Stewin for the murders. They used Lucio Stewin's daughter to commit the crime. Then they intentionally left him alive to cast suspicion on him. That's why they used my daughter? Ooh, he's pissed. Anyways, that leads me to my next point. Imagine if we never discovered Arya's blood contract with the Empress of Discord. What would have happened? We'd still think that Miss Stewin succumbed to the Mage Blight. She would have been convicted for the murders, and trust in House Stewin would be forever diminished. About a month ago, House Frigga lost its head, and the successor at Life Frigga was woefully unprepared to take its place. Now, the heads of House Von Xantus and House Sybil are dead, with the House Stewin being held responsible for it all. All four of the Pillar families would have been weakened as a result of the massacre. But I think there's another layer to this. Everything fits together if we assume that the patron's goal was to weaken the Pillar families. Except for the murder of Garrick Pierce. Yes, in contrast to Sybil and Von Xantus, Pierce's political power pales in comparison. Furthermore, Pierce was already scheduled to be executed next month for the murder of Flintheart McCoy. Why would the patron go to the trouble of murdering a condemned man? No. There we go. The patron murdered Pierce because they needed him to die as quickly as possible. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's biological parents. My parents? Do you remember what Pierce said when we showed up for the meeting? We weren't the intended recipients of that letter. That's right. So that leaves one last question. There's only one person Pierce could have sent that letter to. The person who orchestrated the massacre in the first place, the patron. But that means the patron is someone who could be threatened by Celeste's parentage. Order in the court. But I don't understand. Sorry, I know there's a lot to take in, but I think they were targeting you for some reason. Pierce knew the identity of Celeste's parents and attempted to blackmail the patron with this. Instead of complying with Pierce's demands, the patron sent the letter to me. But why go to the trouble of luring you there? They could have just allowed Pierce to wait in the prayer room while the defendant made her way to murder him. Looking back on it, it's possible they wanted to kill Celeste too. What? They knew I wouldn't meet with Pierce alone, and the information he had was about her. The patron correctly guessed that I'd bring her with me. By killing both Pierce and Celeste, they'd eliminate any threat Celeste would pose to them. But who would be threatened by such information? The mere existence of McCoy posed a threat to them. It must have been something to do with her birthright. Right. So who would that leave? Are we really doing this? King Ravagard just recently died. What if Celeste was a member of the royal family? Become a princess? I want to suspect Aster, but we need to consider every possibility. When it comes to conflict of interest, a royal line of succession is the first thing that comes to mind. Not only that, the king would have had the authority to pardon Pierce for his crimes. But that wouldn't entirely make sense. What do you mean? If McCoy was abandoned at a tavern in Cornhaven, we must assume that she's a bastard child. Okay, I don't know why you have to bring that up. My point is that King Oliver wouldn't abandon a child of pure royal blood. The kingdom requires heirs to continue the royal bloodline. He would have left her in a diplomatic marriage. That's disgusting. That's diplomacy, Cuthbert. Anyways, even if McCoy was of royal blood, Aster's the king's eldest child. And he's of pure royal blood. McCoy would have no claim to the throne under these circumstances. Right, I see what you mean. So that eliminates Aster for now. Anyways, we should consider the other suspects first then. So who would that leave? Well, if the eye-taker orchestrated this whole thing, the eye-taker that comments the criminal, what reason would he have against this? For the first hand that he was planning to expand his influence throughout Rivengard, he was actually planning to Beatrice to become house figure to do so. Since I ruined his original plans, setting up that massacre might have been his backup plan. Perhaps we're looking at this all wrong. What if Celeste was a part of the royal family and they were planning to use her to take the throne? If he wanted to do so, why would he put McCoy in danger by having my daughter attack her? Not only that, he also had a perfect opportunity to murder his majesty. Yep, imagine I placed a lethal contingent spell in that glyph of contingency. Also, I don't know why I picked that since I know the Eye Taker is dead. His majesty might have been very well died alongside Von Santa, Stibble, and Pierce. Yeah, I suppose you're right. We need to consider every possibility. I guess it really had to be. I recall during Beatrice Ficker's trial, we heard William Ficker's last will and testament. It mentioned the House Ficker's assets would be divided evenly up between all of his children. If McCoy were to be revealed as a Frigga, his daughters would be legally obligated to share their estate with her. Could I seriously be a Frigga? I don't want to suspect Miriam, but we need to consider every possibility. As we've seen, the Friggas are no strangers to making deals with demons. But it still doesn't quite fit. I doubt Miriam would do something like this. What are you basing that on? I tend to be a good judge of character, and they don't seem to be the type to do something like this. Bah, you're far too trusting. I hold no doubt that any of William's children would be capable of something like this. I suppose we'll have to see. That only leaves House Steelwind. Must have my doubts. House Steelwind is the only pillar family whose house leader survived the past month. You think I'm a McCoy's biological father? You're barely a father to your actual daughter. I'm only stating that possibility for the sake of the argument. As I've said, it wouldn't make sense for you to frame your own daughter when House Steelwind would be blamed. But we need to consider every possibility. Can't think of anyone else. Yes, there's a flaw in each suspect. Your logic is clearly flawed. There's something I'm not seeing. Oh, so I really had to go up against everyone. Okay. But I know I'm close. There's a missing piece that ties this all together. Regardless, we still have no idea who this Empress of Discord is. I'm loath to allow such an individual to walk freely through Rivengard. Your Grace, you've been alive since the creation of Rivengard and magic. Do you know who this demon is? I can't say I do. Demons tend to take on many titles over their lifetimes. Whoever this Empress is, they are brave to so blatantly encroach on my domain like this. But I suppose we'll all just have to cross that bridge when we get there. We've obtained a lot of information today, but we clearly have many questions that need to be answered. How should we proceed? What is it, Mr. Cuthbert? I can't help but feel that there's something here I'm not seeing. I just can't put my finger on it. We have been working for this for quite a while. Perhaps we should suspend proceedings so that we can look into these new leads. I have no objections. It would give my men some time to look into what we discovered today. That was weird. That was a weird cut. Then it's settled. We'll be postponing proceedings for now, but you'll all be expected to return here by tomorrow morning. You are all free to return to your homes for the time being. But make no mistake, the King's Guard will be keeping careful watch over all of you. If you leak this to a single commoner, we will kill you. Hey, Tyrion? Tyrion? Well, you forgot about Ruby Timora. Tyrion! Sorry. I was just thinking about everything. You're looking really stressed out. Do you want to head back to your house to rest? No, we only have a day until the trial resumes. If you can't figure out what happened after tomorrow, the magical traces will dissipate. But you already know what happened, you just don't know who did it. Yeah, but we should speak with the suspects again. Maybe if I get lucky, I'll see something through the Eye of Horus. But one of the suspects is the Eye Taker. What are you going to do about him? I suppose I'll just have to speak with him too. What? No! What if he tries to kill you again? Arya's life is on the line. That's just a risk I'll have to take. Tyrion, do you even understand what you've been pulled into? What? Someone just murdered a bunch of nobles, and they even attacked members of the royal family. Now there are ancient dragons and demon lords involved too. Isn't this above your pay grade? Ouch. You know that's not what I meant. It's just this whole thing is crazy, isn't it? It's fine. It's just like any one of our investigations. It's not, though. What if the Empress of Discord attacks you? What if the patron decides that you're going too close to the truth? What if I can't... Celeste? Are you still worried about what happened during the massacre? Fine, I've already told you that I didn't do anything wrong. You almost died, Tyrion. I know. Tyrion, you almost died. I know, Celeste. No, Tyrion, I don't think you do. Do you have any idea how worried I was when she broke past me? When I saw you all lying on the floor, so many things were going through my mind. I don't know what I would have done if you were... Celeste, I'm sorry, I didn't think... Don't apologize, just please just leave this to Lucio and the Scale Lord. You've done enough already, they can figure the rest of it out. And what if it's not enough? I'm not so arrogant that I think they can't do it without me, but what if they can't figure out who the patron is? Arya will spend the rest of her life in prison. What if I could have done something to prevent that? I don't care if that happens. Celeste! I don't care, Tyrion. I'll apologize to her all you want after this, but all I want is to keep you safe. And I don't know if I can be able to do that anymore. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm really happy you're part of my life. What? I know what you're saying is coming from a place of care, and I'm really sorry about how much I've been worrying you lately, but you're not gonna stop, are you? It's like I've always said. Man, king or god, nothing will stop you from getting justice for your clients. I'm going to talk to Lucio. What? If we're going to meet the Eye Taker again, we're bringing some knights with us. Celeste, that's hardly... Nope! You don't get a say in this. And if you're not here when I get back, I will find you. Fine, just go. Ooh, perhaps a life with her. Ooh. Alright, Lucio's cleared it. It was surprisingly easy to convince him. Oh, are you okay? Fine. Let's not waste any more time. No, he's 100% catching feelings. Hey, don't walk so fast. Don't walk so far ahead. No. Oh. And that's where we stop for today. We did 4 parts today. Holy shit, because we're on 5-5. I don't know how many parts are, but 4 seems pretty good.
Alrighty now. Oh, well, that quickly just ended the game. I want to go just to exit. I thought we could be back to the main menu, but that is not the case. Alrighty. Neato. Neat the fuck. Oh. Let's go find someone to raid. Ba, 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 da. Hmm. Da, 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 da. Let's go. You know who we haven't said hi to in a while? I've heard him before, I think. Let's go say hi to Striker, who's playing Dread right now. Let's see that. Okay, yeah, let's just have to do that. Yeah. So here's our plan. If I do stream tomorrow, which I most likely will, we're starting Chibi Robo because it comes out tomorrow. In fact, hopefully it's already out. I'll check to see if it's already out. I mean, if Virtual Console's up, it'll be up and running already, right? I don't have to download anything new, I think, right? Do I have the GameCube one downloaded already on my Switch too? I think I do. So this should just be a quick, start. But yeah, we'll start Chibi Robo on Throwback Thursdays for the foreseeable future because I am super excited for that since I played a good amount of that. I didn't beat it. I probably got maybe like 25% of it through it when I was a kid. But I also have restarted that game over a lot. I really had a fun time playing that game. Growing up as a kid. Never beat it though, so this will be a first. And then I don't think I'm streaming Friday or Saturday or Sunday. I don't usually stream Sundays anyway, but I'm not streaming Friday or Saturday. But we're gonna go say hi to Striker for now though. And yeah, thank you for coming by and bye.